Let me finish the names. Okay, so we have Annis Marie Darden. We have Richard Dick Keys Sr., Betsy Ruth Miller, Lavera Williams, Dr. Noel and Gloria Smith, and Apostle Bernard Hall, as well as Dr. Pastor Jeffrey Willer, and the countless number others that are unnamed, and they will never be forgotten. Okay, now can we please roll the video? Thank you so much. I shall wear a crown. I shall wear a crown. Thank you so much for that moment of recognizing our dignitaries that have passed this past year. And now we will move to our presentation for our proclamation. And this is a very special presentation that we are making that is long overdue. And if I could have my slide, please. Today, we are honored to give our proclamation for Napoleon Devon, who was a beloved person in our community here in Southwest Fresno. Napoleon vowed that one day he would have his own business. His first job was gardening for the Monard Munger family. After a few years, the Munger family donated product to help Napoleon. At the sunrise of each morning, you could find Napoleon at the Hobbs Pearson's produce, gathering fruits and vegetables. This was the beginning of the legend of the Fruit Man. For 42 years, Napoleon was the entrepreneur on wheels. You would see him rolling the streets of Fresno on any day of the week, ringing his bell and playing music for his customers. Sometimes he'd slide open the door and put on a little dance for you. Napoleon loved the community so much that he would give more than he sold. His truck would be loaded down from one season into another with merchandise that someday, somewhere, we needed. And I have very fond childhood memories of Napoleon. I will remember my grandmother would say, Kimberly, go out there and take $1. Napoleon will be coming by and I need an onion for my greens. So we all have very fond childhood memories of Napoleon. He was our first Meals on Wheels in our Southwest communities. And when he would enter into the Latin communities, he would change up his music for every nationality. He would speak Spanish, and he is a beloved community member. And this honor is far late, but we are grateful that we are able to honor him today. His children are on the call. They all will receive a copy of the proclamation. And well done, Napoleon Devon. Thank you so much for your 42 years of commitment to our communities, bringing in fresh fruits and vegetables and goods into our communities for those constituents that were not able to travel out. So thank you so much for this opportunity to be able to honor this Southwest Side Fresno legend. Thank you. And that's the end of our presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you, Trustee Tapscott Munson. That was beautiful. Really appreciate the proclamation. Our second honoree today is going to be the Fresno State chapter of the NAACP. And we have a few representatives here today from their group. I do believe we have D'Angelique, Joshua, and Denise. And what can I say about this extraordinary group of young people? They're not only leaders on the Fresno State campus, but have just stepped up in a tremendous way to lead in our community at large. This past summer marked a pivotal turn in the ongoing movement for racial justice in our country. But with all things national, it was made up of individuals and groups and communities all across America. And the way that the Black Lives Matter movement manifested itself here locally was through the effective organizing of NAACP's Fresno State chapter. Right outside of Fresno City Hall, right here in downtown Fresno, we saw thousands of Fresno residents and folks from across the Central Valley peacefully come together from all walks of life to support the simple fact that there is still a lot of work to do when it comes to achieving true racial equity in this country. And their work didn't stop there with one successful march. They continued to be an active force here in our local landscape, partnering with other local organizations to hold us local officials accountable for what happened next. Hosting a workshop here at City Council and playing an active role in the Police Reform Commission. And they played a critical role here locally in helping our community go beyond only taking stock of these issues during February. Such an important conversation is required to be had year round to see the progress that is really needed. And so I tip my hat to this group for the work that they've done and the work that they continue to do, all in spite of being students in the middle of a global pandemic. I can't wait to see what's next for all of you, and I'm honored to present this year's Black History Month proclamation to the Fresno State chapter of the NAACP. And congratulations to you folks. I did want to hand it off if one of the students did want to say something. I believe we have them as panelists.
We
Yeah.
have Denise, but I do not see Joshua or D'Angelique.
Okay. Denise, did you want to say a couple words?
Sure, yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Denise Rogers Height. The events of last summer were absolutely surreal. It's something I'd only ever imagined being a part of, and none of it would have been possible without the engagement and support from the community. Large moves have been made since then, yes, but there is still a significant amount of injustice ingrained in Fresno's roots that needs to be addressed and reversed. So with that being said, thank you everyone for the honor of acknowledgement today. And I will be keeping my eyes open to see all of the structural and visible change to come from those in the positions of power. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. And lastly, I believe we did have a photo of them of the group, even though all of them couldn't be here on the actual panel today. But lastly, I did want to recognize and thank all the folks who took the time to be here and support this year's honorees. I think we know that everyone's contributions to this work are extremely important, and your presence and support today to this group of young folks is meaningful because we know that a rising tide lifts all boats in a community. And just wanted to take the time to, at least for the folks who did RSVP and who I could see here on the Zoom. Well, there's many attendees, but some I can see. I wanted to thank Thomas Rowland, Dottie Smith, Ivanka Sanders, our clerk, Yvonne Spence, Sean Brooks, Loretta Scruggs, Keisha Thomas, Leroy Chandler, Bridget Morgan, Yolanda Randles, our Facts Director and Assistant City Manager, Greg Barfield, Shatera Sangster, Stephanie Johnson, Gail Gaston, Rick Reyes, Dr. Kapoor, Rick Keys, Debbie Darden, Jamila Finley, John Sturdivant, Terry Edwards, Cynthia Sterling, Matthew Grundy, Yolanda Moore, and Venice Curry. Thank you to all, and any others who I might have missed who did pop in today. Again, thank you for being here and for your support. That will conclude the proclamation.
Do we have a proclamation to read, Councilmember Esparza, or was it just a ceremony?
Oh yes, I got so carried away. I'd like the clerk to actually read the language into the record, if you will. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Whereas February is nationally proclaimed Black History Month, to honor African Americans and thank them for their countless contributions to the city of Fresno. From the very beginning of our city, African Americans were essential to the development and success of our community. And whereas we as a diverse community thank these champions of justice for bringing our country to a better and more socially just time. And although the fight for equality continues on today, we remember how far African American community has brought us and thank them for continuing to illuminate the path to social equality. And whereas Fresno's residents continue to honor the sacrifices of the men, women, and children who were victims of harassment, discrimination, and violence solely because of the color of their skin. Their courage continues to inspire us as a community to fight for equality on every front. And whereas the city of Fresno celebrates leaders, civil rights leaders, religious leaders, business leaders, elected leaders, and youth leaders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Nelson Esparza, Miguel Arias, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of February 2021 as Black History Month in the city of Fresno.
Council President, I do want to acknowledge the Council Vice President's beautiful daughter who's singing in the background and who at times overshadowed the council members. It was a very good, welcoming, intervention.
It became a competition of who could raise their voice louder between us, but that's I created her, so she's gonna the better version of me. Before we conclude, I did want to recognize that I named off many of our Black leaders here within the city organization, and I failed to recognize Tina Griffin within our city attorney's office. So I wanted to recognize her and add her name to the list as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward, and I agree with my colleague. I think your daughter singing lullabies was the highlight of the morning here, but she's living her best life, as you guys say. All right, next up we will go to council member reports and comments, and I'll go numerically. Council member Soria, you're up first.
I don't have too many comments or things to report, but we're continuing to do just food distribution. So I encourage folks to keep watching social media. We want to thank our partners at the Neighborhood Industries for working with us, and the variety of other stakeholders like some of our local schools in the neighborhoods that are our partners in the food distribution. So just thank you everyone, and our volunteers as well. And then just lastly, I also just want to chime in very quickly. I believe, this month is extremely critical in recognizing not only our local Black leaders and those that have left a legacy in our community, but I think that it's important to recognize the current struggles of our Black community, and that not only that we reflect, but that as we work and we meet each week or every other week to address the challenges of the city, that we think about how we're going to make it much more equitable and provide opportunities for Black folks in our community to be able to succeed and have those opportunities. And just lastly, I want to thank my colleagues for a great presentation in recognition of February this month for Black History Month. Obviously, we have a long way to go. COVID-19 has highlighted the inequities that exist in our community when it comes to our Black community. Even with the vaccination rates, I think Fresno County, the data is reflective of the inequity that exists. well, they're the smallest percentage of recipients of the vaccination, and yet they're at the top of the deaths. So we got to make sure that as we have the opportunity to address some of those challenges as a city, working with the county, that we're very thoughtful and intentional about making a greater impact for the future of the African American community in Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Council President. I don't have a report. I just wanted to thank the Council Vice President and Councilmember Arias for this thoughtful gift. I did forget my lapel pin today, and I'm going to go with blue because it represents peace and harmony. So thank you so much.
All right. Does that conclude your comments, Councilmember Carbasi?
No other comments. Thank you.
All right.
Brevity award today for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to start off with a couple of thank yous to the mayor. I think the mayor and I are spending more time. I spend more time now with the mayor than I do with my own kids. So thank you for the District 3 neighborhood meeting that you had, as well as the cleanup in West Fresno. And of course, the event that we had yesterday to open the most recent motel with the Housing Authority partnership. As you know, Council, in order for the off-ramp program, but more importantly, the homeless issue to be addressed, we must secure additional housing, and that housing can be in multiple forms. It just cannot be in the current form of hundreds of encampments across the city. So the mayor and I are working very closely on strategizing to acquire more rooms, more motels, convert them permanently to affordable housing that the city and the public will retain as assets. With that said, I also want to just let people know that we are starting to do vaccinations in West Fresno, specifically at Gaston Middle School. Anyone who's interested in getting a vaccine who's above the age of 65, please call 312-8044. Again, 312-8044, and you will be able to walk up to get an appointment at Gaston Middle School and be vaccinated if you're above 65. If you're not, please do not crowd our elderly in front of the line to get a vaccine. We need to make sure as many people in South Fresno get vaccinated. For those who have seen the demographic data in the county of Fresno, the African American and Latino communities and the Asian communities are being left way behind on the vaccination effort. It is extremely frustrating to see that those who are most vulnerable, who are the vast majority of the deaths in our community, are not being vaccinated at the same rate. And that's a direct correlation to where vaccinations are occurring and the fact that the county still continues to require online registration that leaves a lot of our communities behind. So this is the first vaccination operation where people can call in, make an appointment, and show up to a neighborhood site versus driving up and going online to book your appointment. So my hope is that with the additional vaccines by President Biden's administration that are coming down the pipeline, that our organization soon will be in a position to also receive their direct allocations and start vaccinating people in the neighborhoods in which they reside, and allow us to finally get that equitability in the vaccine efforts. Because if we leave any community behind, the reopening will only lead to more deaths in the most vulnerable communities. So I'm looking forward to that work. And again, thank you for the time, Mayor, City Manager. Keep up the good work. We continue to make progress on a lot of fronts. Besides picking up garbage, there's also budgets and projects to develop and acquisitions to occur. So I look forward to that work.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. We have a lot of exciting things going on in District 4. First off, I just want to let everyone know that we have kicked off our 100 Days, 100 Trees event. We planted 10 trees at Cary Park, not this last Saturday, but the Saturday before. We're going to be teaming up with Public Works to plant 80 trees along the Sierra Corridor, all the way from Gettysburg to Shields. That's several mile stretch. And the idea is we want to bring back the beautification. We want to bring back the pride to our parks, to our main corridors. So we restore that sense of pride to the people that have been living in those neighborhoods for decades. So businesses want to do business in District 4, and they don't feel like they have to keep moving further north to succeed as a business. So I really want to thank Tree Fresno, Mona Cummings. I want to thank the Parks Department, TJ Miller, Aaron Aguirre, and Public Works, Scott Mosier, for their partnership in making sure that we get these 100 trees in place. The last 10 trees will be planted on Earth Day at Robinson Park. It'll be the end of the 100 days. It happens to land on Earth Day, and we'll have a nice ceremony there for the last 10 trees. I also want to extend a huge thank you to Mayor Jerry Dyer and Mark Standriff. We had an awesome event at Cary Park this last Saturday. We had a neighborhood cleanup blitz. Essentially that week, we had sent city staff out there to repair potholes, fix minor concrete issues in the sidewalks. They trimmed the trees. They replaced all the street signage with shiny new street signs. And then on Saturday, it was the beginning of a 3-day weekend. It was raining, it was cold, and we still had over 80 people show up to clean up trash and litter at Cary Park and the surrounding neighborhood, which to me just reinforces the idea that these neighbors are ready to reclaim their neighborhoods and their parks from blight and neglect. I talked to a lady there that morning that had lived in the Cary Park neighborhood for decades and nearly brought to tears because she had never seen anything like this in her whole time living there. She'd never seen such a community effort to take back what has always been a beautiful neighborhood, but through time, people just forgot that fact. And so I want to, thank Mark Standriff and Beautify Fresno, as well as Jerry Dyer for their efforts on that. That was an awesome event. As far as the Safer program, we are still giving out meals to seniors at Vinland Park every Thursday from 8 o'clock to noon, and that will be going on until the end of this month. I think the last day is March 4th. So keep an eye out for our staff Thursday mornings. They'll be helping to assist in the efforts there to make sure we distribute meals to our seniors. And lastly, we are going to be putting together a District 4 Community Engagement Committee. And essentially what that is we've divided District 4 up into 10 smaller districts. And we're going to be opening an application and recruitment process where every year we have a new cohort of District 4 folks. And we're going to train them on how to report issues on Fresco. They're going to be involved with planning community events, community cleanup events. They're going to be identifying spots for little free libraries. They're going to be checking in on their local parks for repairs. But they're also going to be part of the discussion about what's going on here at City Hall. Every month, we're going to give them reports and updates on what our office is working on so they can help us get out the word to their neighborhoods. And ideally, we're going to have a different city leader every month kind of talk a little bit about what their department does, whether that's public utilities or public works, parks, police, or even our mayor, just so the folks in District 4 feel like they have that engagement. They know what's going on at the city level. When I was knocking on doors, that was something really important to the people living in District 4 is that they felt like they wanted to know a little bit more about what was going on, that they were involved and that their voices were being heard. So we'll be opening up that application process shortly. We are really excited about it. And that concludes my comments for today. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Next up, we have Councilmember Bredefeld. You have the floor.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Soria as well as Corbasi for willing to keep on the agenda the issue about our kids and opening up these schools. However, it failed and was removed, which is unfortunate. And I have some comments about that. My constituents have expressed their concerns that we continue to have a city council determined to prevent discussions on critical issues facing our city, such as lockdowns in our children's education and well-being. I served in the military as a naval officer and was willing to risk my life to defend our country and our way of life. I worked for 27 years with other veterans who also sacrificed to defend our country. And what separates us from other countries is our Constitution and the Bill of Rights. We're inherently free, and one of those freedoms, of course, is freedom of speech, the First Amendment. The right to say what you think and believe. But now we live in a dangerous time where people want to silence and cancel others they disagree with. Unfortunately, we've seen this too many times with members of this city council and within this chamber. We've seen it again today as a majority of the council removed from the agenda my effort to force Fresno Unified to let our kids return to school and stop the year-long destruction of their education and the adverse impacts on their emotional and social well-being. These same council members have fully supported the shutting of our businesses, throwing people out of work and extended school closures. I've opposed all of this insanity and have strongly spoken against it. And today, rather than have this debate and allow our citizens to hear it, they again refuse this public dialogue. They've done this before. Last September, I put 4 resolutions on the agenda to rescind all the unconstitutional and destructive lockdown orders imposed on our citizens by the former mayor and our current city council that have destroyed our citizens' businesses, their lives, and livelihoods. This council again refused to have the debate and pulled the items off the agenda. We were right then to end the lockdowns. We're right today. Now, not surprisingly, we face a $31 million deficit and face prospective layoffs of public safety personnel as a direct result of these anti-science and foolish lockdowns. Now today, 4 months later, the council's again refusing to address the destruction to our children who've been locked out of school for nearly a year. Everyone knows our children are falling further behind academically. Distance learning is not working. Our children are suffering. I've spoken with hundreds of parents. I've spoken with teachers, pediatricians, child psychologists. Many children are struggling with depression, anxiety, social isolation. Children that are being sexually and physically abused are going undetected because they're not in school. Suicide has spiked in high schools across the country. Yet schools have been open for many months all across the country and in other nations and have not had any significant COVID outbreaks from in-class instruction. Private schools locally have been open with no problems. According to the CDC, the recovery rate for children is 99.9%. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, some nearly 70,000 pediatricians, have called for children to return to school, and they've outlined how to make it safe for every grade level. I want to share an email from the many that I receive, and I receive many, that tragically demonstrates the suffering many children are experiencing from these nearly yearly lockdowns. The parent writes, and I quote, "Kill me, Dad, I want to die," are the words that my 8-year-old screams at me on a somewhat regular basis. He tells me he wants to die at least 1 or 2 times a month. I am assuming that everyone included on this email has never heard their child tell them that, but my wife and I have. Let me take a second to walk you through what it feels like. You cry, you feel helpless, you're sad, and at times even mad. Your heart falls to the pit of your stomach, and you feel like there's nothing you can do. Unfortunately for my wife and I, this conversation with our son is becoming all too frequent. A couple of days ago, I asked my son if he ever thought that he would really kill himself. And he looked and said, "Yeah, if I was really sad." This is a direct result of school closures and the abrupt halt of extracurricular activities in March 2020. After struggling for 11 months, my son now takes Zoloft for anxiety, and today marks the beginning of a new journey where he will meet with a therapist. I should be taking him to play at park with his friends or baseball practices on days like this. But no, this is our new normal. Our son is an 8-year-old second grader that used to be full of life, had a ton of friends, loved sports, and received A's and B's on the report card. Over the last 11 months, much has changed. He's been stripped of everything important to him. He doesn't see his friends anymore. He hasn't been able to play baseball or soccer and is essentially a prisoner in his own house. We have some good days, a lot of bad days, and everything in between. Why am I writing? I'm tired of being failed by our governor, the California school system, the health department, and elected officials. Millions of kids suffering just like my son. Suicide, anxiety, depression, mental health issues are just a few of the things that students are dealing with. Why is it that I can send my daughter to an in-private person school in Fresno 5 days a week, but my son gets 2.5 hours of instruction a day? Why is it that my daughter can go to dance or gymnastics inside of a studio for 10 hours, but my son cannot play baseball or soccer outside? Why is it that other states allow their kids to go to school, back to school full-time in person, but we cannot? I scratch my head and wonder about a lot of these questions like this, but can never make sense of it. The frustration is mounting and things need to change now. End quote. Despite all this suffering, we have Fresno Unified Superintendent Bob Nelson refusing to allow children to return to school, even while other school districts are opening up. He has cut an agreement with the head of the teachers union to only allow kids to return to school when we're in the orange tier, which could mean they won't return to school for 6 more months. This is not based on science, but rather politics and bowing down to the union. Yet Bob Nelson's children are apparently attending school in another school district. Why does he feel that school district is safe for his children, but the classrooms at Fresno Unified are not safe for Fresno's children? I want to be clear. I will never be silenced. I'll never back down. I'll never stop fighting for our children to return to school or for our businesses to be opened. And the science and the data support this. No threats by any council members to remove me from some educational committee. No removing of items I place on the agenda for open debate and dialogue. No disgraceful and nonsensical tweets from Superintendent Bob Nelson comparing me to the rioters at the U.S. Capitol when I criticize him for his failed leadership at Fresno Unified and for failing our kids will stop me from speaking out in this chamber and outside of it. Not now, not ever. Lastly, I call on all local elected officials to speak up for our children at Fresno Unified, and they demand kids be allowed to return to school. The data and the science fully support it. These children and their parents have been pleading with Bob Nelson and the school board to open the schools. Their pleas have been ignored. These children and their parents are all of our constituents. There are no jurisdictional lines when it comes to our children. The time for dithering, moving goalposts, bowing before union is over. The academic, social, and emotional well-being of our children and their futures are at stake. Superintendent Nelson, Fresno Unified School Board, open the schools now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Next up, we have Vice President Esparza, and then I'll close it up.
I will yield my time today.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Esparza. I just want to, I agree with a large part of what my colleague said with regards to everybody wanting to go back to school, and I have a little bit of insight. I was a trustee over at Fresno Unified, the third largest school district in the state of California. Over 10,000 employees that they have. They have over 75,000 students. They serve over 100,000 meals a day. And I agree with the fact that we do need to get our children back to school. We do need to get our schools going back again. It has taken a toll, and I can tell you that that's probably one of the most common calls I receive from my constituents with regards to when are our children going back to school, particularly those that are our English learners, that are special ed, that are disadvantaged to begin with, and limited on the resources. One of the biggest challenges that we have with online learning is that we know that internet access and access to computers is not universal in our communities. And so we have several of those dynamics at play here with our counterparts over at the school district, not just at Fresno Unified, but Clovis, Sanger, Central, and a number of other smaller school districts around us. We do need to be working together, but I just want to make sure folks understand we've gone through probably one of the toughest years here in the city of Fresno. And all the progress that we've made from really rolling up our sleeves and working and collaborating with organizations, with churches, with CBOs, with the school district, with the county has come about because we're collaborating, we're working together. I agree with what my colleague said. We disagree on the conversation starter, which is ensuing another entity to force them to do something that we want. And we all have an opportunity to publicly state where we are on that. I just don't see that as being the means to accomplish that for a number of reasons. But we are about to enter into a phase where collaboration among all entities from the state, the county, the city, the school districts is not only going to be just helpful, it's going to be required in making sure that we're vaccinating our community members, our most vulnerable essential workers. That's going to be the key from us going forward. I do see a light at the end of the tunnel with regards to the vaccine administration, with regards to really supporting our communities. And I just want to make sure that the public understands that it is going to be so important for city officials, for school district officials, the county folks to be working together. And I know that I sound like a broken record when I say that, but the positive strides and overcoming the challenges that we've had this past year has really been as a result of working together. There's like that old saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. That's really been the MO that this council and the city has tried to do for the last year. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to have those conversations with our counterparts over at the school district. But I also want to remind folks that when the city of Fresno and our residents were struggling, the school district stepped up and helped us feed a number of children and families in our neighborhoods. It's that collaborative spirit that I think is going to get us through this next phase. And like I said, I'll close with saying that we do see the light at the end of the tunnel. I think we're going to get there sooner rather than later, knock on wood. But I think by summertime, we will have a lot of our folks vaccinated. That will open up these conversations on getting back to normal, which is what everybody here in the city of Fresno wants. And so, again, I just want to thank my colleague for bringing that point up. We agree on the goal. We just happen to disagree on the means and suing organizations. I don't think that would be productive. And so with that, I'll close council member reports and comments and go on to the mayor. Mayor, did you have some comments you wanted to make?
I did, Council President, and thank you. And Kimberly, thank you for the scarf. I appreciate that. And in full recognition of Black History Month. Just kind of a few updates. There's been a lot of media notoriety regarding my support of President Biden's relief plan. Very simply put, I believe Fresno is in dire need, literally, of the help that the federal government can provide us financially, not only to ensure that our revenues are made whole in the city of Fresno, but also for the benefit that it can provide for rental assistance and utilities for some of the folks in our community that are struggling. Certainly the stimulus checks are going to be very, very helpful. But there's also a number of other allocations in there that would be helpful too, as well as for the homeless population in our city, which we're desperately in need of housing. So, I think all of the council is fully in support of that as well. And so we're going to continue to fight for those dollars to Fresno. I want to commend H. Spees, our Director of Housing and Homelessness. He has done an incredible job of putting forth and working with Caltrans and California Air Patrol, a number of other organizations on Project Off Ramp. By the end of tomorrow, we will have housed over 120 people from Project Off Ramp, and I am committed, along with all of you, and proud to stand yesterday at the news conference with Councilmember Arias as we pursue more motels, purchasing or acquisition of more motels for the housing the homeless. Quite frankly, without those, it's going to be very difficult to continue to do what we've been doing with Project Off Ramp as we go into the neighborhoods as well. I also want to commend Mark Stander, Director Mark Stander, for his efforts on Beautify Fresno. Great partnership with Councilmember Maxwell in his district over in the Cary Park neighborhood. That was a great cleanup, just to reiterate, having 80 plus volunteers come out that day. It's very, very refreshing to see that kind of commitment in our community, and then obviously in D3 with Council Member Arias and the cleanup we had on Monday. So great stuff happening. Those are the things I want to focus on. All the good stuff that's happening in Fresno. We're starting to see the homeless population get reduced, get housed. The neighborhoods are going to slowly but surely get beautified, and we want to continue with that. Last thing I want to mention is, and it's really consistent with Council President Chavez. I do appreciate the passion in terms of us, the importance of opening up our schools, and I 100% agree with that. And Gary, I'll just say I appreciate your fight for our youth and getting our youth educated in Fresno. I too want to see our youth back in school. I made a written request to along with some other mayors in our city or in our cities to the governor this last week, not only asking that they open up the schools, but that they do it in a fashion that is done safely, which is what everybody wants, as well as making sure that we prioritize vaccines for our teachers, specifically TK through second grade and then up until sixth grade and beyond. So I had a call Friday, a Zoom call, and met with Superintendent Alvarado from Central, Superintendent Nelson from Fresno Unified, Superintendent O'Farrell from Clovis Unified, as well as Fresno County Office of Education Superintendent Jim Uvino. It was a very good conversation, one that I learned a lot. One of the things that I did learn was that all of these schools had to submit an attestation plan to the state of California that would allow them to open their schools. Schools that had done that prior to the last movement in the tier are now being allowed to open. The one that had that in place was Clovis Unified, and that is why they are currently open. The attestation plans for Central and Fresno Unified have been approved by the state, but they're not allowed to be opened by them simply because they did not have those plans in place at that time with students in school to test those attestation plans. So that's the reason, but I can assure you, I spoke with all the superintendents. All of them want the kids back in school. They really do. And I feel for what's happening with them, because they too feel the pressure, and they want to get their kids back in school. And Bob Nelson is a friend of mine. So is Andy Alvarado and Jim Oviedo and Emer O'Farrell. And I do believe they want to do the right things for our kids, but they do also have a different constituency. And so Clovis is very different than Fresno. But at the end of the day, I do believe we all want the same thing: get our kids in school, get them educated. Our approach is different, but I want to work closely with the school district, and I've offered up to them anything we can do as a city to expedite the opening of the schools safely. We want to do that for them. And so just appreciate everybody's interest in that. And again, we want to do that. And going back a step on Project Off-Ramp, I wanted to assure some of the council members, where we're going next. There's 2 locations in Fresno that we need to desperately impact. And that is the 180 on Tyler Street between 6th Street and 11th. That's Council Member Esparza's area. It is, and I appreciate you, Nelson, sending me the letter this week. And as I told you, I drove by there Sunday. All of the homeless encampments on Sunday, I drove through them and assessed them. And we're going to be getting on that very, very soon, as well as the 99 Ventura Golden State area and Council Member Arias's district, because that too is just absolutely unacceptable for our city. So location by location, neighborhood by neighborhood, we'll get this taken care of. So thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, you got any comments, reports?
Yeah, just a quick update on since the last council meeting, we've just got some trade memos out to keep the council apprised of kind of some activities we're on. One of the ones we sent was Scott Mosier put together a memo outlining some options for doing a citywide community facilities district for maintenance of infrastructure in neighborhoods. We also provided an update on the Surplus Land Act activities we've undertaken to date for the Selland Arena and the Valdez Hall, and that's continuing to move forward. We also provided an update for the council on just where we are in our utility delinquencies in DPU and how that's trending, and we'll need to get some resolution to that. We want to get that early out to the council. And then we provided the updates from our lobbyist up in Sacramento that's helping us with our water utility stuff. The final one I want to just update folks is on the cannabis licensing, commercial cannabis. Real quick, we'll get a tray memo out to everybody, but I want to just update folks that the application period is closed for all of the different types of licenses, both social equity and conventional. So that period is closed. All of the applicants that qualified to move forward have been notified, and all the applicants who failed to comply with the requirements have been notified as well. We're currently in the process of issuing the notices to the properties that are in proximity to these applications that have qualified to move forward. It's about 24,000 notifications that we need to get out. So we're doing that right now. Staff has been working on the scoring rubric that we want to use for the applications. And so that process has been going on. Next week, we're going to revise it and then modify it final time. And then for the week of March 8th, that's when we'll start the first round of application scoring using the matrix. So we're moving forward. That process is on its way. I want to really give a big shout out to Jennifer Reese for the work she's been doing to keep this thing moving, and to in the city attorney's office, Mary Rodman Doy, who's been very, very helpful as well, keeping this thing moving. So shout out to those two for helping us. But we're moving forward, and we're getting it done. Those are my updates.
Thank you, City Manager. Next up, we'll go to consent calendar and unscheduled communication for the benefit of the public. I will just briefly review. Item 1I was removed and put into closed session. Item 1C was removed and continued for a future meeting. And item 1G was pulled from consent by Councilmember Maxwell. And so with that, I'm going to take some public comment on consent items, unscheduled and closed session. City Clerk, do we have some folks punch up? I think I see them here. Here, Sam Frank, I believe is up first. Can you post up Sam Frank, Brianna?
Actually, Gavin's gonna have to, I can't.
Mr. Frank, you have the floor, sir, 3 minutes.
Hello, Mr. Council President, members of City Council and staff. I'm Sam Frank. I'm president of the Fresno City Employees Association. I'd like to speak to you about an item that was pulled to be put on the closed session, which is the item concerning the 80 hours of COVID relief leave that was originally given in the COVID relief package last year. I just want to say that, I feel very strongly that extending these hours, and remember, these are just unused hours. People who've already used up those hours last year, they had the benefit of those hours the first 9 months. But unfortunately, there was a sunset of December 31st put on those hours, so that anybody who hadn't used them and who gets COVID now or has to quarantine now needs those hours, they're unavailable. So we have employees right now who have had to take leave without pay because they were placed on quarantine. And I feel strongly that these hours were funded, they were booked, they were in our pay advices, and I don't know what happened to that money as of December 31st. I would just like to say that with another relief package, a big one, just around the corner, and the will of many to see that these dollars be used for people who are impacted by COVID, I would like to see this council make a clear statement to its employees that they are valued and that people who've already used those hours, the first 9 months of this pandemic, won't be treated better than people who have to use it now. And I hope that you can find it in your heads and your hearts to look at this as a simple question of equity and a question of using dollars intended to help mitigate the impact of COVID, to help mitigate the impact of it on our employees. So that's all I have to say. I really hope that you all make the right choice in this. And, I hope that we can get through this and not have a really bad taste in our mouths when it comes to the actual impact people are seeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frank. Next up, we have Kayleen Valenzuela. Ms. Valenzuela, you will have 3 minutes. You could unmute yourself.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes, Ms. Valenzuela.
Okay. I'm here on the 41 freeway. I'm homeless, and they're supposed to be coming. They were supposed to be coming today. I have about 20 some people waiting here for them to take them to motels, and nobody's here. Been here all morning, but they come say they're gonna throw all of our stuff away. I mean, some of us, this is all we have, and
no. I think we might have lost Ms. Valenzuela. Okay, let's move on to Ms. Brandy Villegas, Kevin. Ms. Villegas, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so I want to piggyback on that, and I know that Des would have more to say, but I wanted to address the works upon homelessness and echo these concerns. If something is, one of the things that that is lacking with the homeless is understanding of their situation, of those who are homeless, and how your actions affect them. Like even saying something like telling people something one day and coming back and changing that. In all the plans, that affects people's lives and them being able to get into shelter. In all the plans, one thing that's left off is significant involvement of those who are homeless. No one's reaching out to give them a voice, and once people are in shelters, they still don't have a way to speak up. I ask you to bring them to the table and look into ways to bring them to the table in meaningful ways, like create a commission, go out to them. I asked the city to do the work to dispel myths. Yesterday, Soria, you said that we need to stop NIMBY attitudes and get housing throughout the town. Thank you. The Crossos Village on Dakota and Blackstone is safer and more resource than any other shelters, and we need more of this and buy-in, but we need to communicate to the community differently. Yesterday, Mayor Dyer stated we have a problem with the homeless and we need more motels. I know that that might sound like an innocuous, that's not what I meant moment, but saying that homeless are the problem is continuing to humanize them as a project or a problem. You wouldn't say we have a problem with the poor. People talk about them like they're a project, and the years of overlooking their humanity and complex needs have caused the community to not understand and support efforts. I want to continue to hold Dyer to a statement that to not displace people, and that it's not effective, and that they should be offering beds but not forcing people. Get them into beds, don't force them. Regarding affordable housing, we need that. I heard from someone on Nextdoor that they have to move because their rent is higher. Another point is with I asked that the council look into the number of beds already and not made available because they're being held for off ramps or other projects. Anytime someone is asking for a room for off the streets, it should be made available. We need to look at that report and notice how many of the number of the beds were available over last year, how many were available but vacant, and why. We know that there's been reasons like two bedrooms being occupied by one person. So also the number of the added shelter beds does not consider the fact that we're closing one shelter and one of those motels are taking them. But we need to also recognize that those numbers are important because we need to dispel the myth that there's always room. And we also need to be able to make a way for those who are walk-ins to be able to get room. They've been dealing with a lot of frustrations. Regarding the numbers that were given about the people who were helped at the shelters in the past year, they say 1,500, but 1,100 to 1,200 are no longer in there. So we need to understand why that is, and the city needs to find out. Understand that some people got permanent housing or connected with family, but what are the reasons? And we need the residents to give a chance to voice what happened. This is not success if people are back out on the streets. I am also aware that, it's important so we need to be able to help these. We need to make sure that people have rooms when they're seeking it and not frustrate their efforts. So please continue to do that. Please do not tell people one thing and then change it like a year ago when people were waiting for motels and then told that they were not going to happen. They are relying on you and need everyone to be able to have a voice and need to be considered, and their voice needs. And I ask that you bring the voice of those who are homeless into the conversation in a more meaningful way.
Thank you, Ms. Villegas. Next up, we will have, it's under the name We Are Not Invisible. Gavin, if you could cue them up. We Are Not Invisible, you will have 3 minutes.
Hello?
You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Des. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to say thank you to Miguel for the fight that he's been doing over the years to raise awareness on the lack of beds here in Fresno. And now we have, because of the pandemic, we have money that came in. So I want to tell him thank you for all the years of fighting to raise awareness on the lack of beds here in Fresno. Also want to thank Esmeralda Soria for bringing affordable housing to Fresno and kickstarting. Basically, I see a lot of other projects are starting up right now regarding affordable housing. So I want to thank her for that. Thank you, Pav, Sarah, Zach, and the whole team for the outreach team that they have. They're doing a great job, and congratulations on transporting everybody, almost a lot of people from the cabins in a short amount of time to transitional housing, which is one step closer to permanent housing. Thank you, Jody, and your staff. I know you're overwhelmed right now, and I know you guys are doing the best that you can. We have some positive and negatives, but I want to speak about the positives. They say that the reason how come a lot of people want to go to these motel rooms is because they have privacy. You're dealing with grown adults with mental illness. You have people that don't get along. So when they were putting people together as roommates, it was never working out. Usually the person that wanted the help the most was the one that left. So I want to thank them for opening up the motels and giving them privacy to their own shower, privacy to their own room, and allowing their pets inside. I appreciate that. And I'm getting good feedback about having that privacy as grown adults. I want to talk about Parkway. Parkway is a hotspot, and a lot of individuals that are out here are banned from that area. A lot of people are banned from Santa Clara area. We have to understand we have a lot of different types of individuals out here. And back in the days when they were doing all these gang things, we have a lot of people that dropped out that had tattoos removed, and they're not allowed in this area. So we need to think about any other motels that they purchase or buy should not be on Parkway, because that area, you got hundreds of people out here that do want shelter, want a brand new life, and they're stuck out here because they can't go to that area. Same as the Santa Clara Street area. There's a lot of people that cannot go there because they are banned, literally banned. You will be putting them in harm's way, and they'll probably be shot and killed if they actually are found on those streets. So that would be something to look into. I heard you guys are going to buy 2 more motels, so it'd be good to probably go to the north side and purchase a couple of motels over there on the north side, or maybe by Fig Garden somewhere. Recovery individuals are denying shelter and leaving shelters because they are low barrier and they have recovered, and they said that they are slipping back because their roommates, like we have one of the shelters has 4 people per room, 4 different individuals. One will be a recovery. All 3 of them are in the room doing drugs. This leaves the person that really wants the help and the recovery to continue to leave that and go right back to the streets. So we need a shelter that is specifically for individuals that don't want the low barrier, that don't want the drugs and the alcohol allowed over there. They're not allowed on premises, but you guys understand what I'm saying. Individuals that are 290 and 280 are going through reunification through the court systems are not allowed at family shelters. What kind of shelter do we have available for these parents that are going through the court system to be reunified with their kids that are 280s and 290s? We don't have nowhere for them to go, so therefore they will not be allowed at your shelters also. What type of shelters are allowing them? Because if they do have a place where they can go ahead and turn into the courts, they're allowed overnight visits with their children. I don't feel like we need more shelters, you guys. I think we need to utilize some of the more money on tiny home villages. This is something that can be put up in a quick hurry. They have the 3D printing that needs to be looked into. That's very inexpensive. There's a lot of other choices that we can have for permanent solution instead of temporary solution for the next 4 years to spend $45 million on 5 shelters. This is a temporary solution. I also need to know what they're going to do with the residents at the motels in 2 years when they decide to change them into permanent housing. Do you guys have that set up for a solution yet? Also, Dyer just said that they housed 120 people. I would love to see this list, because yesterday during the press conference, he stated that there was about 80 plus rooms at that motel with about 30 occupied already. That only leaves 50 rooms.
Ms. Martinez, can you conclude your comments?
Yeah, how can you guys come up with those numbers? And I've been calling all week, and I'm getting denied shelter for people that want shelter.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Council President, if I just remind Ms. Martinez and the rest of the advocates on the homeless matter, we will have a full presentation this afternoon, very comprehensive on all the funding that we received as a region of homelessness. So stay tuned, and you're welcome to participate in the afternoon.
All right, last speaker that we have is Mr. David Broadsley. Mr. Broadsley, you will have 3 minutes, sir. And you're on mute.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm only here for one of the items that was on consent with K&N Public Finance. So I don't have any comments. I was just available to answer questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, that concludes our public comment. Do I have a motion to approve the balance of the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
All right, Councilmember Maxwell, do I have a second? Second by Councilwoman Soria. Get a roll call?
To approve which, I thought we did the agenda.
No, that was to approve the agenda. This is for the consent agenda as amended.
Oh, okay, and then, okay, I want to register a no vote at this point on consent.
All right, for which item, Councilmember?
1B. I want to register a no vote on 1B.
All right, City Clerk, please mark for the record a no vote for Councilmember Bredefeld on item 1B.
Got it.
And with that, roll call?
Councilmember Arias?
I think Councilmember Carbasi is.
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Carbasi? Yeah, I didn't see your
No
hand up.
worries. Thank you, Mr. President. I have to vote no on 1B. My district did reject the measure, and my job is to represent them, and I have to register a no vote.
All right, registered 2 no votes. Clerk, please, for the record, enter that.
Sure.
And now roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Arias?
I will register a yes vote and welcome all the parks money to come to South Fresno.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Well, I will register a yes vote, and I know he will attempt to get all the parks money to South Fresno, but it's not going to happen.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we will now go to contested consent. Item 1G was pulled by Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to approve this. Assistant City Manager, I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page going forward. When it comes to items that deal with the bidding of fare collection software, I just wanted to make sure that this goes before the Transportation Subcommittee first. I understand that, we were using grant money to fund the initial bid and that this might go out for a rebid. I just want to make sure that before we do that, we have time to meet with the administration and facts to make sure we're not entering into any contracts where if we were to pull out, it would, financially handicap us somehow as we explore the idea of, a zero fare route. So it was just my ask that we could hold off on the rebid until the transportation committees had a chance to, discuss that and similar bids with the administration and the facts department. Other than that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
All right, motion by Councilmember Maxwell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Esparza. Roll call.
Council President, can I make
sorry,
some
Councilor
comments?
Soria.
Just wanted to make sure, I want to understand the timeline because this, today we will be able to take a vote on the suspension of bus fare and then bring back with a financial plan at a later date to fully go zero fare. I want to make sure, as was mentioned by Councilmember Maxwell, that we don't go out and then come back and say, hey, well, we've spent these dollars. So what's the time frame on that we expect?
City Manager, who do we have on staff?
Yeah,
to answer that question?
I can either have Greg Barfield just act in terms of timing, but we had identified Brian Barr to kind of take us through just the process they went through to this point. But Greg, do you want to respond to the timing?
Yeah, let me just say that this bid was out last year, received in August. So if you can already tell the timeline, that this bid was way before any talk of fare free. So again, the items, the bids were received in August. So it probably hit the street in June, and we probably were writing on it in January. So, but we'll hold off on any rebidding until we figure out where we are.
I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, City Manager.
All right, great. City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Arias?
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza?
Aye.
And President Chavez?
Yes.
7-0.
All right, next up, we will go to item 3A, the much anticipated comprehensive workshop, the coordination of regional homelessness initiatives. and funding plan. Believe Mr. H. Spees and our director Jennifer Clark will be doing the presentation.
Council President, if I could just make some opening remarks, acknowledge HB's as a director of
Sure.
folks in charge of the homeless efforts and housing, and thank the city manager and the mayor. You know, our council committee on homelessness and our council committee on CDBG and on housing for months has been asking for a comprehensive overview of all the dollars that we received, a full counting of the dollars that the city has received on this area. And we finally got to a place with the new administration where they can provide that comprehensive overview. So thank you to the administration for doing that. To the public, there's been a lot of conversations about the growing homeless population in our city, the efforts that we've undertaken recently to relocate them into permanent housing, transitional housing, and rapid rehousing. I want to set the record very clear. There's been a lot of criticism of the state, the governor, and the federal government when it comes to responding and supporting cities for the homeless, with the homeless challenges that we have. In the last 20 months, this federal government and the state have given us a record amount of money to this region, more than $160 million to be exact. And it's been an unprecedented amount of resources and an unprecedented amount of coordination and collaboration between multiple dozens of agencies. And yet we find ourselves in a place where we're just making a dent on the problem. The population of homelessness is growing. It grew by 1,000 last year. We anticipate it growing by 2,000 more next year. Given the impending eviction moratorium that will expire, the city is taking unprecedented actions with more than $30 million in relief efforts for those who are behind in rent. But yet that's not going to be enough. You know, we still have less than a 1% vacancy rate. We need more housing to be able to exit folks from the transitional housing of motel rooms and shelters to permanent housing. So as you look at this presentation, please look at it from the perspective of this is what the homeless and the CDBG committee has been wrestling with for 2 years. We're deeply knowledgeable in this area, and we're struggling to just get through this challenge that continues to increase in scope and in crisis. But I do want to acknowledge that this is the first time in my time as a council member and as an elected official that a government entity has had a full accounting of every single dollar to this level of detail. You will see a significant amount of dollars going to the County of Fresno, the continuum of care. Those dollars are not accounted for in the level of detail that we account the city funds or the housing authority funds because they're separate entities. But the level of transparency that the staff is providing is unprecedented. And I hope it's a new standard going forward with this new administration and with all the partners that we have. So with that, H, thank you for putting together, and we welcome the presentation.
And to Councilmember Arias' point, I think part of the value that we will see today is oftentimes these workshops are put together for the benefit of policymakers. What you'll see here is that this is also intended to be for the benefit of the public, just so they can see the size and scope and severity of our homeless problems, not just in numbers, but in terms of people and the dynamics that's associated with, more importantly, what our solutions are going to be for this problem. And so with that, Jennifer, I think you're going to do the introduction and then turn it over to H.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, Council President, members of the City Council, Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. Today, we will be asking the City Council to consider an amendment to our annual action plan to program HUD coronavirus response funding for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG programs. Before we present that item, we wanted to take a step back to provide an overview of the state of homelessness and our response. And for that workshop, I will turn the presentation over to H. Spees. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Council President and Council members. I'm H. Spees. I'm Director of Housing and Homeless Initiatives for the Dyer administration. And thank you for those affirming words, Council Member Arias. Appreciate that. Um, get myself situated here. Today, what we're going to look at very quickly is the size of the problem, how much money we received, where's the money going, what we're getting for our money, and what the plan forward is, and how we intend to keep the council engaged, not just informed, but engaged going forward. The size of the problem. It's no secret that homelessness is on the rise, not just in the US and California, but here in the city of Fresno. This bar chart comparison shows a 68.9% increase in homelessness between 2019 and 2020 in Fresno, based on our January 2020 point in time count of homeless persons in our city. Some good news is that during that time, from 2019 to 2020, we increased the number of those sheltered from 334 to 836. But as you can see from the pie charts, though the number of sheltered was up by 150%, the number of unsheltered rose by 522, up 45%. And that's 2019 to 2020. Today, and this is a snapshot, and these numbers are moving all the time. Some of the comments that were made during public comment is indicative of that, because we're attempting to create situations with rooms and beds so that people don't get stacked up in shelters and then thrown off the cliff back onto the street, but where there's a pipeline developed moving people from the streets to shelter, to transitional housing, and then on to other safe exits. But more good news is that in the city of Fresno, between our homeless emergency shelters, our COVID-19 homeless response shelters, and our home key motel rooms, we have at one point in time been able to offer approximately 1,454 persons shelter. That's up an additional 74% over 2020. Now, the great question is, how is this going to be addressed in the out years as we move from a situation of unparalleled funding to back to a normal situation? And that's a question that we'll address a little bit later on. What is the growth of the problem? This is another challenging slide, because although our homeless services have gone up radically, taking a straight line projection from 2019 to 2020 and looking at 2021, we also see that the number of homeless is outstripping our capacity to keep up, even though we have seen our community come together to provide unparalleled services. Due to COVID, we were unable to do a point in time count this year. However, we know that the numbers of street homelessness have gone up. This explains, though, why historic levels of new shelter beds and services being offered in the city of Fresno, compared with the number of homeless on the streets, we are still losing ground. You can see from this chart that even though we're making incredible progress year to year in providing shelter, the rate of increase in overall homelessness means we're seeing more people on the streets. Another source that gives us reason to believe that this figure is in the ballpark is a 2020 survey done by Jim Jovino, Superintendent of the Fresno County Office of Education, estimating that there are 4,748 housing insecure students, not even counting their families, who are enrolled in Fresno. Students who are either unsheltered in temporary shelters in hotels or motels, or doubled up in family situations. Even more sobering is the realization at the bottom right of your slide that we have been living under an eviction moratorium due to the pandemic. That eviction moratorium ends in 4 months, June 30th of this year. Now, how much money have we received in funding for homelessness prevention and services? The total amount.
I have a question on the eviction moratorium. I'm under the impression that if the emergency order goes beyond June, the city of Fresno, we still have an eviction moratorium. Someone speak to that.
Couldn't hear the question.
Your audio was cutting out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better, Councilwoman Soria.
I was just asking, I was under the impression that our eviction moratorium runs with our local emergency order. Is that not correct?
Legal, can you answer that question, Doug?
Sorry, what's the question?
Ask the question again, Councilwoman Soria.
I was under the impression that our eviction moratorium runs with our local emergency order.
Yes, it does. And to some extent, though, it may be superseded by the state order. But yes, ours does.
So all I'm saying is because right now the feds have extended it through June. If we continue to be in an emergency or have an emergency order in place, the eviction will still be in place locally. I just want to make sure that that's clear because that's how I intended when I brought it forward to make sure that it protected folks from the homelessness situation.
Yes, that's what I understood too, Councilwoman Soria.
So Doug, this is Tommy. I just want to clarify so that if we extended ours to December 31st, 2020, we would be covered. We could do that with the landlords.
Assuming the emergency exists during that time, yes.
Okay.
I think the point that Council Member Soria is underlining is the fact that this eviction moratorium is looming and could substantially add to the homeless challenge in our community. How much money have we actually received? This slide indicates that over the last 20 months, over almost 2 years, from July 2019 to February 2021, our community has received about $157 million in funding for homeless prevention and services. The city portion of that is that portion in the blue, $56,532,000. Let's just take a look at that city portion and what is where are the funds? What are the funds and where have they come from to the city of Fresno in addressing homelessness?
And H, for the benefit of the public, and for the record, that pie amount there does not include the new money that we received from the state in the tune of 17+ million, correct?
That's correct. That's exactly right. Beginning with the dark blue near the top, that's 2 years worth of our normal federal annual entitlement. That would be ESG, CDBG, HOPWA, TBRA, et cetera. So that blue chunk, the dark blue chunk up at the top of the diagram is what would be normal for us to receive in terms of outside resources for homelessness. And that's for 20 months. The orange sliver to the right of that is the state COVID-19 emergency response dollars in a little over $1 million that came in, which is part of the 5 million that we invested in our community-wide homeless-19 homeless response. The gray on the right is the state emergency homeless funds that you've known as HEAP, HAP, and HAP2, started under Governor Brown, continued under Governor Newsom to address the homeless emergency prior to COVID. The next big gold bucket at the bottom is the federal COVID-19 response dollars. Monumental ESG CV1 and 2, CDBG CV1 and 3 allocations. The light blue is the COVID-19 CARES funds that your council committed out of our city's $19 million in CARES funding. And that 4.5 million was used to purchase and to repair, will be used to repair the Travel Inn motel. And then the large green segment is the 15.8 million in federal emergency rental assistance funding, ultimately homelessness prevention, that we have just received to partially address the economic crisis created by COVID. And by the way, just as Council President Chavez just mentioned, in addition to the 15.8 million, we've just received word that there's an additional 17 million for rental assistance coming from the state that's not included here. Again, I think you can, yep.
If I may just reinforce this point for the public, on average, every year the city would get about $2 million to address the homeless crisis, 2 million per year. That's why we could only fund approximately 10 homeless beds a year in the shelters that we had. in the last 2 years, we're up to $174 million from the federal and state government. So I want to be crystal clear with, politicians across the valley that always, blame the feds and the state for not helping with the problem. This is an unprecedented amount of help that the federal government and the state, prior to the next bailout bill, has given to local municipalities in Fresno, Madera. And we should also be humbled by the fact that this level of support is not going to continue in future years. So the decisions we make now, if we simply just rent private beds and space, and when the money goes away, those beds go away, we're gonna set ourselves up for failure. That's why it's critically important for the council and the county to look to acquire permanent, bed space that remains in the public inventory of available assets for the homeless population, or we're simply going to make private owners extremely wealthy for a 2-year period and leave us hanging in future years downstream. So it is an unprecedented amount of resource, and we have to be able to navigate it to stretch it out as long as possible.
Excellent. And so again, I think you can see from this diagram that there's a lot of one-time money, much of which is in large chunks designated for specific purposes, and leveraging that for the building of our community's capacity to address homelessness over the long term is exactly what Councilmember Arias is addressing. Next slide. Where is the money going? So Fresno Housing Authority home key, you see previously approved for 6.675 for home key operations is right at the top. You also see our county contribution to our community-wide COVID-19 homeless response, a number of subrecipients, and then you see detailed there the emergency rental assistance, the travel in investment, administration at 5%, and we still have a portion that will be carefully identified for future services going forward. What are we getting for our money? Well, in terms of our homeless service programs in general, we've seen 4,411 unduplicated persons assisted with one or more services for unsheltered persons utilizing city funds. You see the number of beds there that have been increased. You see the 2,000 unduplicated persons assisted with shelter, triage, and bridge. You see the persons who have exited from the system, 1,226, and with 648 of those being exits to permanent housing. Just to unpack that 1226 number a little bit more, in addition to the 648 to permanent housing, we've seen 352 to temporary housing. We've only seen 14 or 2% of the exits to a place not meant for human habitation, meaning back to the streets. So a very small number of people back to the streets, 27 to institutional settings, 119 to other or unknown. Those are folks that have made voluntary exits, many of whom have gone back to live with family members. So what is the picture for how we see our way forward? And this has been alluded to by Council President Chavez, by Councilmember Arias, and Councilmember Soria. The way we look at this is critical. Here's how we think about what's next. Long-term change involves a set of actions that moves folks from the street all the way through, ultimately, to owner-occupied housing. This is the continuum that we're building in Fresno. The ladder, the continuum, the path, a variety of options for people to go down. The list includes some current methods and some options that we're looking at to bring back to you. One of the members of the community mentioned tiny homes. It's on this list. We're looking at that. Some of these are concepts, some are actual projects. We don't want to dive into these right now. We'll be glad to come back in depth, and we will be exploring these with our various subcommittees. But here's our strategy, the strategic options that we're considering now. This is what we're planning to do, building this continuum going forward. I'd just like to highlight a couple of projects right now that are online that are part of this continuum. The first is Project Off-Ramp. We've identified a total of 503 and GIS mapped a total of 503 camps on our highways. The total individuals estimated in those right-of-ways is 794. We aren't focusing on everybody on every piece of state right-of-way. We're focusing on those that are most at risk. That's around 250 by Caltrans estimates. And these are folks that are being killed by traffic. We had 3 traffic fatalities in a period of a week and a half. We've had 618 fires on these highways. And that's why we focused Project Off-Ramp on not just the folks that are the most vulnerable in our community in terms of homelessness, but those folks that are homeless and at great risk because they're living on the most dangerous real estate in our community.
H,
yes.
if we can just pause here, I want to reinforce for the public, you know, I've been referencing for 2 years now that the homelessness is a citywide problem and we need a citywide solution. As you can see from the 500 encampments that are across the whole city, they're primarily around the freeway system because it's state property and it's where they get dislocated the least. But this is, again, just more evidence that this is a citywide problem and we can't look to one part of town for the whole solution when we're talking about thousands of people that need to be sheltered. So thank you for the GPS work that you all did. And each of these dots represents people, human beings and residents in our city that are living under tents and under makeshift shafts that are a significant fire hazard and health and human hazard for themselves and for the neighborhoods. So thank you again for reinforcing and putting it in a visual format where the general public can see that this is a citywide problem.
Thank you, Council Member. And the other thing that this map represents and the response to it is the fact that we don't operate in a vacuum. We are working with our county, our continuum of care, our Fresno Housing Authority partners, as well as Poverello House, Fresno Mission, Caltrans, CHP, our police department, our sanitation department. I was at 7 o'clock this morning, I was out on the freeway with our teams that are right now, this very moment, working with folks that they've notified for over a week about housing and then transporting them from the freeways to the housing. In addition to this, we have our Parkway Drive motels. This is a part of Project Home Key, but also it goes beyond Home Key because your council has decided to get behind an initiative that has been championed by Councilmember Arias and supported by our Mayor Dyer to look at leveraging short-term resources for long-term impact. And what we mean by that is that the acquisition, this is really a 4-step process: the acquiring of a hotel, the repairing and turning it into a temporary COVID shelter, the renovating of that hotel property to add to our ongoing inventory of affordable housing, which provides safe exits for folks long-term. It's a big deal. And that type of investment takes the short-term one-time dollars and helps us build the continuum, the pipeline that we've described earlier. How will the City Council be kept engaged? Well, our plan is to do that around a data dashboard for the council. This again is the continuum from streets to housing, long-term housing and owner-occupied housing. There are many steps in between, but the 3 boxes on the left really represent our homeless response. And for that, we work with a council subcommittee on homelessness. And it's our intention during this year to provide quarterly reports of expenditures, activities, and outcomes by category and by program. And then periodic workshops, just like this one, reporting to the council as a whole. On the housing side, we're looking to the CDBG subcommittee for consultation and review for entitlement planning activities, including performance reviews, and then periodic meetings, plans, performance reports, and amendments. Glad to open this up now for any questions you might have.
I have a question, H.
Yes.
A great presentation, by the way. It was really informative to be able to have this broken down into really digestible parts. If we could take it back to page 9 real quick, where you're talking about the exit rates. And, you know, I'm saying that 648 folks exited to permanent housing. Can you give that context to that, H? Is that like a high number? Is that low? Is that about what we were projecting?
So in an age of COVID, it's a great number. And what I would say, Councilmember Maxwell, is that what we're looking at, and let me just say this too, that one of the things that's happened in Fresno with all of our partners is a new approach to shelter. The old style shelter, if you remember the Will Smith movie, Pursuit of Happiness, where the old style shelter is where you stand in line at 5 o'clock in the evening praying for a bed. If you get a bed, if you're lucky enough to get a bed, you're there for a night, then you have to leave in the morning and come back and do that cycle again. We've chosen over the last couple of years to institute new types of shelter called triage centers. And prior to COVID, we actually had a 65% exit rate, safe exit rate for our city-funded triage centers in 90 days. That's remarkable. Now with COVID, we're still getting results. And the key to answer your question is that the goal for each of our shelter situations or each of our triage center situations is to have navigation services so that people are embraced by case management and navigation so that there's a constant support of individuals to overcome any barrier that they have to move through the shelter system into transitional housing, permanent housing, and onto a new future.
And if I may add to the council member's question, one of the biggest challenges we're seeing, Councilmember Maxwell, is that in order for people to exit to permanent housing, there must be permanent housing available. With the lack of, the vacancy rate in Fresno is less than 1%. We are seeing that there isn't sufficient apartments or permanent housing to transfer people into. So that's going to be one of the biggest challenges that we have as a city, is that we're not building high density or housing fast enough for, that's affordable to these individuals. Another point I would just reinforce is we just reported that Fresno had the highest rent increase in the country in the last 4 years. This year alone, it increased by 10%. Folks with limited incomes, the incomes are not growing as fast as the rent is growing in the city, and we're not building sufficient housing. And on an average, it takes us about 4 to 5 years to build one housing project.
So it's not that we just don't have enough housing, it's we don't have enough affordable housing.
Correct. Affordable housing. And we also don't have enough newer, higher density housing that people can move into from those affordable units to higher density units. So we're going to come up to the challenge of folks don't generally like higher density housing projects in the neighborhoods when they're used to single family housing. But if we don't build, then there'll be a bottleneck, and these folks will never move out of the transitional housing, and we won't be able to accept new folks into that transitional housing if they don't have permanent housing to enter into.
Thank you to H and Councilmember.
Thank you.
Yeah, H, really briefly for the benefit of the public and my colleagues, the housing conversation and Councilmember Morris and Max are correct. The affordable housing component to this, the administration right now is working on a comprehensive workshop that addresses that very same question, but more importantly, what will be some of the solutions on creating a dashboard. And my colleagues are gonna love it or hate it, but that's gonna be our word for the year. Dashboard, because I think we're all very visual learners, and I think the public benefits from that, but essentially creating that dashboard that will monitor exactly how many units are being produced in the city of Fresno across the spectrum, whether that's affordable, mid, market rate, single home residential, multifamily, everything and all of the above. I think this is going to be one of those all hands on deck approaches. Councilwoman Soria, as you recall, has been really leading the push on being really innovative with regards to tiny homes, with regards to different housing models. And I think that is going to be coming up here in the next council meeting or two for the council to really consider and also engage in that conversation with all the data on the table, so to speak.
Yeah, by the way, my role has shifted from strategic initiatives generally, that the mayor and the city manager have asked me to focus specifically on homelessness and housing initiatives. And the number of conversations that the city manager and the mayor have had with us, with Jennifer and myself and our team related to all of these issues, push on housing options along this spectrum. So you're right on target, and we're looking forward to engaging with the council on that in the future.
All right. Any other questions by council?
Yeah,
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Soria?
Okay, just a couple of questions. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Age, thanks for the comprehensive presentation. I think it's good to see all the various pieces of this enormous challenge that we have in front of us. And so there's a lot of, I think, puzzle pieces that are going to be critical as we move forward. So one of the questions that I have, I know that Councilmember Arias and then the mayor have been pushing for the acquisition of additional motels to create more temporary shelter. How many folks do we envision, or what's the goal to have like on Motel Row?
We don't have a specific number right now. The number that we have, and I am, I believe that the number of first of all, I believe that the number of beds that we have on Motel Drive, on Parkway Drive right now is around 327. We're also adding another 60 with travel in and suites. And I think it's important to state that if all we do is add former motels to act as shelters, we aren't going to ultimately get ahead of this program. The plan I think that Councilmember Arias and the mayor are bringing forward is a plan to not just build our immediate response to the COVID crisis, but also to build our long-term response in terms of adding to our inventory of affordable housing, and specifically those housing units that would be considered for single room occupancies and at the very affordable end of the spectrum.
So to Councilwoman's questions, there's approximately 10 motels on Parkway Drive. 6 of them are already acquired by the Housing Authority in the city. There's room to acquire a couple more in that corridor. But I would also caution the council with this simple fact that we have seen those motel owners now charge $2,100 a month for a single unit. And unfortunately, they're full because the demand is so great. And that's before they make any improvements to address the building and health safety standards that they need to address. So I think there's plenty of room to expand in Parkway and Motel Drive. There's also motels in downtown that are currently being converted by the Housing Authority. So it's not just Parkway that will add some additional units to the inventory. But I think it's fair to say that there's plenty of motels in the city of Fresno that could benefit, and the neighborhoods could benefit from us renovating and repurposing those motels, especially since a lot of new hotels got built in the city, on Jensen, on Herndon and 99, by the Save Mart Center, that there's plenty of hotel housing stock still left.
Yeah, Vice President Esparza?
I haven't finished, Council President.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Arias interrupted me, of course.
Yes.
Anyway, so I appreciate the update in terms of the numbers. The reason that I asked that is because as we're thinking of acquiring additional motel rooms and looking at, how do we really provide folks those wraparound services so that they can be successful, so that they can be healthy, that we're thinking about, what kind of amenities we're going to try to bring to that area so that they have access to them. I was talking to Jody Ketcheside about even just like some health services. If you look at west of the 99, there are very few areas that have health clinics. Like I think the closest one may be a few miles to that area. So if we're going to start concentrating folks that are vulnerable, that need these types of services, we should be thinking about how we can build something that is going to provide the comprehensive services with mental health and so forth, so that these individuals can access that. I know Fresno State is, did I freeze? I know Fresno State is providing some like mobile health services, but it's not very comprehensive. So I just want us to think about that as we move forward, how we can invest and partner up with some of our local federally qualified clinics or our Valley Children's Hospital to make sure that those kids and families that are living in that area get the adequate health and mental health resources that they need. And then just lastly, I think, affordable housing is going to continue to be a bigger issue as we move forward. And so I'm hoping that this council is very thoughtful as developments come before us. Because I mentioned this, I'm already starting to hear the NIMBY issue. We don't want them in our neighborhood. Well, we don't want them on the freeway. We don't want them in our neighborhood. Where are we gonna put them? So we don't want them in front of our businesses. And so I just want everyone to be very conscious of those issues, and that we have to have, we have to talk to our neighborhoods and really ensure them of, what the benefits that it does actually bring to our city by building these opportunities so people can get off the streets essentially, and hopefully address the multitude of challenges that they have. But I've been very supportive of this issue. I want to see more comprehensive mixed use affordable housing developments like the one in McKinley and Blackstone. It's going to have a health clinic on the first floor. I think we're going to be seeing additional ones come to Fresno. And so I think that it's important that we're thinking holistically so that we're building a healthier city for our families.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sora. Before I get impeached by my colleague, Vice President Esparza, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, President Chavez. So I did want to first, before I get into my line of questioning, thank the mayor for responding to my letter about the 180 freeway, roughly between First Street and Cedar Avenue, roughly in that area. While I have 3 freeways in my district, and we have seen the encampments grow along the embankments and along all the freeways throughout the city. This particular stretch of highway actually is in a residential neighborhood. So when folks in Tyler Avenue walk out of their door, across the street from them, there's not a line of houses. There is the freeway property where the encampments have grown since early on in the pandemic. And they've been asking for help, not just with the homelessness, but all of the sort of compounding issues that have followed or that were existing, but were now compounded. So I want to thank the mayor for responding and committing to action in that particular area. But H, I did have a few questions for you that I just had them generally, but some of them were kind of brought to the forefront through your presentation. And taking a look at the growth, I mean, just not only the growth, but just the existing homeless population within Fresno, within the valley. What is the magnitude relative to other cities? I mean, because we know that homelessness is not a Fresno issue in particular. It's really a California issue and goes beyond that. But I mean, per capita, do we have any idea how we are doing compared to other cities up and down the state?
Well, I think that that's a great question. And 2 things. One is I think that we are experiencing the same type of escalating homelessness outstripping these, as Councilmember Arias mentioned, the incredible number of resources that have been flowing into the system. It isn't like the state and the federal government has been unresponsive, but it's outstripping our capacity to reach that. I will say this, that the plan that we brought to the governor by the mayor was received in this way because I believe it's because we are working together as a city. We've got a comprehensive plan. Your council has taken leadership in this. It's a heartbeat issue. And we came to the state with a plan that included not just complaint, but they basically what the governor's office said is we receive concerns every day saying, get the homeless off of our freeways, and we turn them down. What you guys have done is brought a plan that is thoughtful, it's doable, and you're all working together on it. And that's the result of that is the project off-ramp. And it's something that other jurisdictions in the state are envious of. We're able to move with clarity and directness, and it's encouraging. So the other, I think, working smarter, not just harder, stretching the resources out. I know that there's been some concern about money that hasn't been spent, but with our county partners and our COC partners and our CBO partners, we're trying to braid our resources in a way that gets the biggest bang for our buck over time. And another example of that is the coordination of Project Home Key with Project Off Ramp, so that we are, as we're bringing new beds on, we are taking folks from our most dangerous real estate right on the freeway and coordinating those efforts. So we're just staying with it. It's a coordinated effort. The mayor is on this every day. You guys are huge help. We're also going to be working to bring you a proposal for how to, based on the Police Reform Commission, how to reorganize our homeless task force with the PD and see outreach take the forefront, working with code enforcement, working with sanitation, and with PD as backup to do a much more comprehensive district-oriented approach that you'll be seeing soon. That I think will also take the next steps for us in winning the battle to really address homelessness in a strategic, systematic way.
Okay, H. Well, my next question is about the current growth and also the projected growth. I mean, anecdotally, I mean, to me, it appears to be the source of it appears to be a housing crisis that we have. But do we have any sort of legitimate indication of what the source of this projected growth is? I mean, are these? I mean, are we home growing homeless residents because of a local housing crisis, or is there migration occurring throughout the state? Do we have any indication of what the source of the projected growth is?
There is migration. There is some migration through the state, but every mayor, as I've studied homelessness in California cities and cities across the country, every mayor believes that the next mayor is sending homeless people his way in large bus loads. The fact is that most of our homelessness is homegrown, and the result of, I mean, it's no surprise that we have a large number of homeless folks because we've had high levels of concentrated poverty. The Brookings Institute study that shows the 40 neighborhoods with high levels of concentrated poverty is part of the underlying reality here. But the good news is, looking forward, strategically thinking like Councilmember Arias and the mayor have looked at this concept of motels, looking at tiny homes, looking at building our capacity in a systemic way is our way out of this. It's going to take a while to dig our way out.
Okay. Turning my attention over to one of the stats you gave about there being 277 Project Home Key beds. I know that the city is an active participant in the properties, Home Key properties in District 3. The 277, does that include number of beds that are at Crossroads Village on Blackstone?
So we have let me just take a quick look at my notes here. You look at the number that I shared does include Crossroads Village. It includes basically all of the shelter beds in Fresno. So what we have listed in terms of emergency, we have basically three types of beds. Emergency agency beds, and those would include those that were built with the HEAP and HAP dollars that address the homeless emergency that Governor Brown and Governor Newsom addressed before COVID. Then we've got the emergency shelters in response to COVID-19 beds. And then we've got the motel agency operation beds, which are part of HomeKey. So all those beds together total around 969. That's a moving target because even as we speak, we're shutting down beds. There are beds that are being shut down that are being repurposed for mental health and other portions of the system. And we're working hard. There's an initiative that's taking place right now with multiple agencies to get literally get 100 people out of shelter housing into housing in 100 days. So we're constantly pushing to build a pipeline and not to create cul-de-sacs where people dead end in shelter housing. And that's the challenge that we're facing right now.
Okay, well, I mean, I was just trying to get a direct answer about whether that figure included the Blackstone Crossroads Village project. It sounds like it does.
And actually, you know what? I misspoke. That because the Crossroads project is not technically a shelter, it's rapid rehousing, and so I did not include that in the shelter bed figure. So that project in particular is addressing those folks that are in need of rapid rehousing, and primarily families with children.
So your spectrum of categories, it lands in the transitional
Right.
phase, the emergency phase.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. So I mean it's the county project, but located within the city boundaries. Do you know what level of accountability we have with respect to, are those county residents, being brought into the city, or where are those? Obviously, it's in the transitional phase, but where are those residents coming from exactly? Since it's not the sort of first, it's not in the front of the spectrum, it's sort of in the middle. So
Right.
do we have any accountability with respect to if those are city residents and where exactly they're coming from?
The vast majority of those are city residents. And what my colleague Sonia De La Rosa, who is sort of the point of the spear on all things homeless for the county, tells me is that there's a real reluctance on the part of folks in rural communities to move to the city. And most of the county efforts related to homelessness are located in the city. So yeah, I would say that the vast majority of folks in that Crossroads project are folks that come with need from the city of Fresno.
Okay. And then my last question is, I was wondering about, very generally, the success rate of transitioning along the continuum that you listed, from each step to each step. So I mean, what's the success rate of taking folks from emergency to triage to transition to affordable to owner occupied? Do you have just sort of a kind of broad overview about what the success rates are for moving folks along?
Well, we've had in terms of exits, we've had over the last, these are outcomes as of December 31st, 2020, from July 1st, 2019. We've had 648 folks that have exited to permanent housing. That's a big hurrah. 352 to temporary housing, including 14. That's a very low number, approximately 2% of total exits, to back to the streets. 27 to institutional settings, and about 199 unknown. Some of those unknown, as I mentioned, are folks that have been reintegrated into their families and have found their own way. So we because of the types of and the thoughtfulness of our, this is a cumbersome system, multiple institutions, and like for instance with the recent round of HAP funding, the state required that all of us submit separate applications for the funding, but that we have those integrated into one system. So, it's complicated, but generally what's happening is that we are using best practices to get pretty incredible results in terms of the COVID crisis, the crisis that COVID has brought to additional homeless pressure on our community.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I was looking for. I was looking for some indication of whether we would qualify these as incredible results or lukewarm. It sounds like the makings of the data are there, and might be able to answer my question about percentages, and it's all relative. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That'll conclude my questions for now.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld, and then we'll close off with the mayor.
Yeah, a couple of questions. So in terms of, we have 1,400 homeless that have gotten shelter. Is that right, H?
Well, I think yeah, that's how many beds are available. We've had, in terms of folks that have moved through the system, we've had 4,000. Let me just go back to that slide. Can we pull up the slide deck again and slide number 9? Is that possible?
Brenda, do you have that PowerPoint?
Here we go.
No,
We got it. We got it. We're bringing it up here.
Yeah.
So slide 9. Let's go down to 9. There we go. Okay. So outcomes as of, here we go. Outcomes as of December 31st, we have 4,411 unduplicated persons who have been assisted with one or more services for unsheltered persons utilizing City of Fresno funds. We've had 473 beds added to the system, and then 2,000 with unduplicated persons assisted with overnight shelter, triage, bridge housing. 1,226 have exited from the system.
What does that mean, they've exited from the system?
That means that they have moved through the system and fall into one of several categories. One category, the best category, is the 648 that have exited to permanent housing. The next category is 353 that have exited to temporary housing. So if you look at this as a continuum, like you see on this slide, where people are moving from homeless on the street to emergency shelter to triage to transition to affordable housing to owner occupied housing. This is our goal. This is health for our community. And what we've seen is 648 homeless individuals have moved to permanent housing, 352, and that would be between July 1st of 2019 through December 31st of 2020. So the system is working in spite of the fact that COVID has radically increased the number of homeless in our community, and made it more difficult. We're still focusing on seeing people move through and not just stay put in housing.
Yeah, so the question I have, you said there's 648 that are in permanent housing.
Right, 352 to temporary housing, 27.
How are you defining permanent housing?
Permanent housing would be an apartment, a housing that is not a shelter, that is not a triage center, that's not bridge housing.
Do they have a lease?
Could be Section 8. Could be a regular housing situation.
Well, that's kind of nebulous to me.
But that could include Section 8. That could include ongoing. Yeah, it's basically a lease.
Okay, so it involves some kind of lease.
Yeah.
And who's paying for that? Section 8?
A whole host of resources, including private.
What do you mean, including private?
Well, you have everything from rapid rehousing resources to Section 8 to persons whose families are assisting them to live independently, to people who are back on their feet with jobs and
Do you have a breakdown of that? How many are Section 8? How many are private? Do you have any breakdown of that?
we can do a deep dive. I don't have that at my fingertips, but we can look at that.
Okay. And so one of the questions I also have, we all agree that many of these folks, some of them struggle with mental health issues, drug issues. Some of them have criminal background. Some of them have fallen on, hard times and don't have that background. Do you have a breakdown of those folks at all? How many are, related to mental issues, drug issues, fell on hard times, and how many are criminals who this is their lifestyle?
Not at my fingertips, but I can bring that back. And I think you've identified the spectrum. We've got folks that are working 3 jobs and lost their 3rd job and lived in their car for a while and then ended up on the street. We've got folks that are chronically mentally ill that are cycling through the system. We've got folks that have been incarcerated and have come back to the community and have not found housing. So we got a whole spectrum of folks, and we can do a deeper dive on that for you.
Well, I think we need to do the deeper dive. I don't know how we can truly solve this issue without knowing that breakdown, without truly knowing how many suffer from a drug issue, a mental health issue, or just fell on hard times. And what is the breakdown of that? Because I think you're going to have very different outcomes with different folks.
We have that. We have that information in our continuum of care, and our homeless service delivery system is looking at those numbers all the time. I'm just not prepared to share those in detail with you today.
Okay, well, we need to see that. We need to know that and understand that. The other issues, how are those who have mental health issues and drug issues getting any help for those drug issues? Are any services being provided?
Absolutely. Yeah, we've got, part of our, in fact, the individual who leads the charge on our COVID response, and every week for a period of time, we had daily calls in terms of the whole system coming together. But that individual who leads that is Dewan Utek, who's in charge of our county mental health system. She's been leading our coordinated COVID-19 community-wide response. And so, yeah, absolutely, that those issues are addressed and looked at, and we're looking at different pieces of the system all the time.
Are you saying that some of these folks that are in the system are being seen by Fresno County Mental Health right now, that some of them are being seen by psychiatrists, some of them are in counseling?
Absolutely, yes. And we've got mobile units that are a part of our system that have mental health staff that are out there in the community all the time responding to issues. We've got a unit with our CIT unit that is made up of PD and mental health workers, that a special unit that's addressing those specific issues on a daily basis. So yeah, we do. We've got a very robust response.
Good. That's very important to really addressing this issue, because without it, I don't see how we really put an end or really make a dent in this in any long-term way. We're at $157 million in Fresno County. I think if we don't address those problems, 10 years from now, we'll be at $700 million. And we'll all feel very great about all the services that we're providing, but we'll just continue to build housing for people who are homeless. That will get bigger. The tab will get bigger. We'll just spend more money. We'll never solve the issue, the problem. And, the fact is, one of the other issues that I'm concerned about, I've talked a lot about, is the fact that every Saturday we hand out 20,000 needles to drug addicts outside Roding Park. That's 1 million needles every year in this city that is handed out, quote, free. Nothing's free, as we'll find out later with buses, but it's free to drug addicts. And so we facilitate their drug addiction, and yet we're talking about trying to help people stop drug addiction. And I wonder, I'm sure, I was there, I saw the program. There are many homeless people who are going there getting needles for their drug addiction as opposed to being in a program somewhere, stopping their drug addiction.
I think one of the reasons that you're seeing, I couldn't agree with you more. And I think one of the reasons that you're seeing great success, for instance, with our project Home Key, we got more than our share of resources for Project Home Key because of the strategic work that's being done that was described earlier by Councilmember Arias, and that the mayor and council member are working on, in terms of seeing these resources acquire hotels, use them temporarily as COVID shelters, rehab them, and then add them to our inventory of affordable housing. It's that type of movement that's causing us to be recognized in the state as really making a dent. I mean, are the number of homeless going up faster than our ability to serve them? At this point, yes, but we're working smarter rather than just harder, and making a difference. I think the other example is our highways. The fact that the mayor stepped up and said, we want to recognize the fact that the most at-risk individuals who are homeless are those living on our dangerous highway right-of-ways. And when we met with the governor's office, they basically said, we have cities throughout the state every day coming to us demanding that the CHP remove homeless folks from our highways, and we tell them no every day. You guys have put together a comprehensive strategy that is compassionate, that's smart, that gets us to an end result, and actually deals with the issue in a systemic way. And so they've gotten behind us. And that, I think that's the difference. We've got a community that's working together with our county partners, our COC partners, our community-based organizations, and it's becoming seamless. It's not easy because every one of our entities, whether it's the city council or the COC or the county or the housing authority, have different boards and what have you, but we've woven it together in a comprehensive approach, and together we're making a difference, and we're being recognized in the state for that.
Well, and I do appreciate that effort. I think Jerry has led the effort. I know that others on the council have tried to address this ongoing issue with the homeless, and Jerry put together a good plan. And I'm sure something, a little something called the recall is probably helping, but I appreciate the fact that Jerry has led the effort to remove the homeless from the highways, because it's a problem for them, it's a problem for us, and it's not the kind of city that we want to have. So I think that is moving in the right direction, and I commend everybody on those efforts. But I think we better really understand how we're helping these people, because if we're just moving them through a system, I can assure you 5 or 7 years from now, what is 157 million will be 750 million, and we'll just perpetuate this. It'll just be ongoing, and it will never end until we really address the core issues. Okay.
I think you bring up
Councilmember Bredefeld. Mayor, if you could have some closing thoughts. I know your hand was punched up for a while.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I just wanted to address a few of the issues real quick. H, great job on this. I know you spent an enormous amount of time preparing this, and it's very important for all of us and for all of the community. And I know you've spent an enormous amount of time working with the Housing Authority and Kingsview and all of our partners, the POV, et cetera, Fresno Mission. So done a great job. I said it this morning. I want to say it again publicly. We're going to get you resources, because I know you can't continue to to run at this pace without the resources. And this is the most pressing problem that we have here today. So, but I did want to address a few of the things. Councilmember Bredefield talked about, and I've asked this question myself many times. Well, which one is it? Is it, are they addicted to drugs or alcohol, or is it mental health? Do they fall on hard times? And sometimes the answer is yes. All of those things. There's as Gary knows, he's the expert in this, but co-occurring disorders. There's people that are addicted to drugs and alcohol and have mental health. And which one came first? Difficult to say. And I found that in law enforcement to be true. which ones have fallen on hard times? Did they fall on hard times and then get addicted to drugs and alcohol? Or was it alcohol and drugs that caused them to lose their job? So, for me, I'll leave that to the experts. And we have plenty of them in behavioral health and some of the folks that work with the homeless population. But really, our job is to utilize our outreach workers to approach these individuals with the right attitude, to not judge them, to not make them feel as if they're less than a human being, and to offer them the services that they need and the housing that they need. And I'm going to say this again and again about why I feel optimistic today, where quite frankly, I didn't feel optimistic as a police chief. And it has to do with the fact that we have a partnership, we have a plan, we have funding, and that funding appears to be not only today, but in the future as well. I was on the phone last night with the big city mayors, and this is the number one issue. Councilmember Esparza asked, how do we compare? I don't personally know how we compare without, me driving down those locations. But I can tell you that every single one of the mayors on the call, all 13 of us, said the number one issue in their community is the homeless. And we're all trying to get our arms around this thing. And everyone's seeing them on the freeways. People are seeing them in abundance. So the truth is, I do have a spirit of optimism because of that. But also because when I talk about the money, we know now that FEMA is talking about reimbursing local jurisdictions for housing, where in the past it's just been in the congregant setting, where you would have a fire and you would bring a bunch of people into a tent and they would reimburse you for that. Now it's very clear that they recognize the importance of individualized housing. So they're going to be reimbursing cities and jurisdictions for motel type expenditures, purchases, etc. That's important. I'm also optimistic because we do have a pending relief plan coming from the federal government. And within that plan, it's designed to prevent homelessness by providing utilities, rents, and also a delay in evictions. That means landlords are going to be made whole. That means people are not going to face evictions. And there's also $5 billion in that plan to address homelessness. So more dollars for us to provide housing and services. The Poverello House has $2.5 million of private dollars that have been given to them that we're going to partner with them in finding locations where we can build tiny homes throughout our city. And yes, we will have to deal with the not in my backyard issue, and we'll address that. But the reality is that's going to be a lot of dollars for a lot of housing for people in our community. And the Fresno Mission, I don't want to get ahead of their plans or say anything too public about this, but they have plans and funding available to do a large scale tiny home village that's going to be in Fresno. And when I say large scale, it's going to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that will have housing, and that will be affordable. So those things are on the horizon. At the end of the call last night with the mayors, we've decided to go forth and make another request to the governor because of the one-time surplus monies that they have at the state, and asking for a substantial dollar amount to come to our cities, to the large cities, that will deal with housing, services, and the thing that we oftentimes overlook is the cleanup that sometimes is caused by our homeless population, like on our freeways. There's no dollars that go with that so far. So that's what going to be our ask, and we're going to be asking for it to be multi-year. So not a 1 year, but maybe a 3-year program that we get dollars, substantial dollars from the state to do this. So federal dollars from FEMA, state dollars, relief plan dollars, all of those monies are coming, private dollars with the Poverello House, the missions plan. So over the next year, we're going to have a lot of housing. And to Councilperson Soria's point on affordable, affordable housing is critical in our city. We know how far we are behind. which is why we're encouraging developers today to build smaller units. So for example, in downtown, instead of 800 square foot or 1,000 square foot units, let's build 400 square foot units. They're smaller and they're affordable. And not only that, they're desirable by some of the Tyler Maxwell generation. The folks that are, the under 40s and under 30s, they like those smaller units. So let's give it to them. On Blackstone, downtown, the 4-story townhouses all up and down Blackstone, the Lingo project at Blackstone and McKinley, and mixed use, the 80% market rate, 20% affordable. Those go very, very well, and no matter what part of Fresno you build those in. So we've got a lot of work to do, but we have a plan, we have a partnership, and we have funding, and we got to continue to work together to do that. And I'm not really interested in blaming the governor or blaming the president or blaming the county or blaming each other as to why we have the problems we face today with the homeless. What I do know is going to take a lot of work, and we're going to have to work together to get there. Thanks, Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor, which brings us to our next item, which really be the actionable piece. But before we go there, I just want to be very brief. H, thank you for that presentation. Jennifer, Thomas, I think it was very comprehensive. That dashboard is going to be very helpful for the council, like you said, to be engaged and really, go with an approach that we all got to be steering in the same direction, right? And that's the goal, to get as many people housed, to keep them housed. And Mayor, I think there's consensus on this council to, go in that direction on applying for all available resources, whether it's FEMA, HUD, all of the above. The one thing I do want to just caution H is, as we're debating these funds, and that'll be the next item coming up, I just want us to be cognizant of the fact that this is one-time money. And I think right now we have an opportunity to structure this in a way when that money runs out, we're not left with, really not an answer to address the homeless issue. I think the motels are part of that conversation, and in the city of Fresno really building capacity. But just start thinking about that, as you're putting together your plan on what that could possibly look like with regards to not just the housing, but also the services that are going to be along with those units that we're all working towards. I think there's going to be some pretty innovative initiatives that come out of, the council in the next couple of months with regards to that problem. But just keep that in the back of your head. Councilmember Arias, do you want to give some closing thoughts?
Yes. First, I want to thank H and Jennifer Clark and everybody who's been working closely with the two committees on this item. And then just to remind the council, we have given the mayor and the administration direction to apply for FEMA funds. I'm hopeful that in the next COVID committee meeting, we can get an update on that application process so we can get reimbursed for as many of these costs as possible. And then secondly, just to remind the public that the single largest threat to the homeless population increase in the next year is going to be minimum wage employees with skyrocketing rents. And we have to be fully prepared for that. And when we talk about exits to permanent housing, that also includes people going and living with family. They're doubling up and tripling up in one home. And we have to be able to address that. So as we consider all these new housing projects, please keep in mind that as a council and administration, we hear the public. You don't want people on the freeways. You don't want people in your neighborhoods. You don't want people in the parks. You don't want people in the storefront. So we have to be able to build the shelter, the transitional, and the permanent housing. So please reconsider any NIMBY, not in my backyard kind of old thinking, because if we don't have somewhere to put them, they're going to remain in your parks, in your businesses, in your neighborhoods, in your alleyways, and on the freeways. So thank you for that, staff, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. Now let's, this is a workshop, so it's not an actionable item. Let's move on to item 3B. I want to get that before our break. And I believe H, you're doing the presentation, or is it Jennifer that will be doing item 3B?
Council President, I don't think we need a presentation on this. This is being heard for a second time. I'd just like to make a motion with an amendment that we worked out with the administration.
Can you read that amendment for the record?
And I will email this amendment to the city clerk and Jennifer, so everything's clear on the record. The motion is to approve the substantial amendment 2019-06 to 2019-20 Annual Action Plan with the following changes. Reduce CDBG CV funds proposed for the operation of the Housing Authority Project Home Key sites by 1.322385 and include $774,099 of ESG CV2 proposed for the COVID response activities to be used for the acquisition and the rehabilitation of hotels and motel sites for the emergency shelters. This brings the total allocated for acquisition and rehabilitation of hotels and motels for emergency homeless shelters to $2,106,484. That's my motion.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias. Do I have a second?
Also, I did have a question.
Second by Vice President Esparza. Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, Councilmember Arias, or maybe this is a question for the administration. Were there any further specifics? I mean, we're handing this money to the Housing Authority for these projects. Were there any other details beyond that?
Yeah, council member, if I can take your attention to page 3 of the item, it has a breakdown of all the $14 million of this allocation. Part of this money is already committed towards operating the home key motels that were acquired by the Housing Authority and renovating and operating the 2 motels purchased by the city. The amendment that I made simply identifies some of the money, about $2 million from some of those categories into more funds for acquisition and rehabilitation of motels for the shelters. So some of this money is already called for and had already been committed by the council. This is just a formal appropriations and the change to the plan that allows us to allocate that money for those committed areas.
Okay.
All right, motion was made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Esparza. Let me go out to the public. We have Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Villegas, you will have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hi, this is, okay, sorry about that. I remember to mute. Thank you. I want to thank you so much for the comments and recognition of the people in need and that were brought up during the thing. One real-time thing I want to bring up before going to other things is regarding the call that we got during public comment of the woman who was waiting because they needed to be, they were told they would be going to the motels. As of the time the presentation started, they were still waiting, and Kayleen was texting me saying that people were getting tired and thinking about leaving and were tired of being lied to, and she went to go get water from. I think that there's someone who's coming, but I think it's really, they were told that they were supposed to move on Thursday, and then someone came up and said that yesterday that they're moving on Friday, but now everyone got that message. So all that to say, how you guys work with the homeless with this money is important as what you're trying to provide, and in so many different ways. And I ask you that to direct people in that and looking at that. You know, people are on like the idea that people are on highways because they are more at risk, that because they were fleeing the homeless task force. Regarding the shelters, I had the opportunity to provide transportation to several people through We Are Now Visible in the last couple of weeks, and it was a wonderful moment for those who've been waiting for years. One guy said that this was a birthday gift to his son for finding a place after 10 years. One concern that I want to echo is the need for mental health professionals to be there at all times and not on call. Thank you, Soria, for bringing up the need for mental health and making that available. We need an increase in youth shelters, and I don't know where that fits in, as well as meet the needs of the LGBT community. And we need these to be in safe places. I appreciate Brethill's question before about people moving into permanent housing, and I do ask that we make sure that in these plans that that there is that supportive services come along with them, because there is concern about people getting housing vouchers and then losing that money or having to deal with a slumlord and then losing their housing, so they're no longer permanent. And I also asked that money would be added for a job to help people with jobs. I thank you for the medical care and ask that you consider how, like Soria said, how that can get out to people who are not yet sheltered, as well as those in the shelters, and deal with consistent things like consistency issues, like being able to bring someone back for a second COVID shot. Another is a concern about with the shelters with feeding, that they currently don't provide a full breakfast for them, and we've asked that that be included. I asked that there would be a lot of room for the 90-day goal, so they can be able to get, so that people don't feel like they're going to be, don't feel threatened by that they're going to leave. And I asked in all this that there would be a more concerted effort to get feedback from the unhoused community and a plan for a way that will allow for the greatest number to thrive, that the occupants have a way to be able to voice safely how things are going there, so that we can make sure that these are sustainable and work on this. I completely support the deposit assistance and the landlord counseling, because it's really hard to get into housing even with vouchers. And just ask that in looking at places that we continue to look for places with any of the funding, tiny house and stuff, put them in safe resource
Ms. Villegas,
areas.
can you wrap up your comments?
That is, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up, we are not invisible. I believe it's Ms. Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, yes, I wanted to actually say the same thing that Brandy was saying about the funding for mental health services. I know that there's a couple of issues that are going on right now in the shelters, and it has to do with taking people off the street and then putting them in an environment where they might have an enemy or somebody might have taken something. But we need de-escalation in these shelters immediately, because this is probably part of the negative, which I'm not saying the shelter is a negative thing. Just part of the issue right now is there's no de-escalation. We actually have a security guards that are not too friendly. I don't know how to say that in a nice way, but this brings out animosity on individuals that are in the shelters because of that uniform and the way they approach them and the way they speak at them. So I think having de-escalation officers there that understand the homeless and maybe using the funding to train these individuals that are in the shelters to be outreach workers to help de-escalate situations, because I find it helpful when somebody else is getting into it and they call me and say, hey, Des, there's this issue. I go over there, and because I already know them and because I've worked with them before, it's easier for me to de-escalate a situation because that street family member knows me. So I think funding, helping with de-escalation, having mental health services at every single shelter, like Brandy said, 24 hours on site, that would be helpful, because a lot of these individuals are up all night and some issues do happen at night where they need to talk to somebody. The funding needs to be utilized on a hotel specifically for people that are recovered and that are homeless, because we can't keep on putting people that are recovered in a low barrier shelter that the individual might be high or something and it triggers them to go back and relapse into that. So I think using some of that funding to open up a shelter specifically for individuals that are homeless that have already recovered, that would be something great. Having a homeless program, the welfare, not welfare to work, but having the homeless outreach program where they're picking up the trash in the city. I know that they tried that already with EOC and it was great. I've heard great things. There was people that you're only able to work 3 weeks though. So you're limited to the amount of time that you can work on that program. I think having something stable and permanent, or even if they get 3 weeks, talk to sanitation, city sanitation about maybe hiring these individuals on with the city. If they're good enough to go out and pick up trash, then they should be working for our trash companies, whichever one, the county, the city, the state. I mean, anyone, they're qualified now because they had a job picking up trash and they loved it, because when they got their check, they were excited. So that does work. That does work. We just need more funding utilized for putting the people that are living on the streets or in the shelters to work. I think that's all I have. I gotta go.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next up is Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Lisa Flores, you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. What I think that the city also needs to look at in regard to the homeless is that some point in time, hopefully in the near future, even with the what is it, the stand on no evictions, come June, you're going to have a lot of people being evicted for non-payment of, upwards of $15,000 in rent. And I think that the city needs to think about a rent moratorium and stabilizing rent that way. Just basically say what the rent you have the rent that you're paying now is what we're going to have for like the next 2 years, just to stabilize everything. So you do not have that many people displaced. And also that rent is stabilized for those of us that are already out here that are deathly afraid of when you beautified Fresno and you want more people in, what you're also doing is creating gentrification. And I think rent stabilization is a good way to go for at least 2 years. The other thing also too is I hope that these homeless transition homes and tiny homes and all this is also put north of Shaw and is spread out throughout the community, because it cannot continue just to be, south of McKinley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Mr. Robert McCloskey. Mr. McCloskey, you will have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Like all homeless advocates, we do appreciate what the efforts the city is making. I just wanted to raise some issues related to the recent grand jury report. One of them is the lack of coordination between the city, county, and other agencies like the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care. We do see, like you mentioned, over $137 million recently funded to these agencies combined. Apparently said the city has spent about 30 million. That leaves open the question of where all these other dollars going. I think we need to look at what the sweeps are meaning. If there's no shelter beds available, where are these people going? That's my understanding. I've urged people to call the Board of Supervisors seeking shelter beds. They're continually turned down. So the sweeps on the Project Freeway winding are just forcing people to move somewhere, losing their belongings potentially. My other question was any timelines on this funding? What are they? When are they going to run? When's the timeline's going to run out on a lot of this funding? There's not enough details on these funding sources. We need a full review of all the funding sources, not only emergency funding, but regular funding for not only the city, the county, but the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care and the Fresno Housing Authority. I just wanted to say one last thing. I think other cities have looked at the issue of supervised camps, self-organized camps. The city of Sacramento just implemented that. It's not a permanent solution, but certainly some of this funding, and it doesn't take a lot of funding to help set up these supervised camps with potentially showers and bathrooms and, just give people some humanity. People deserve that. A small amount of this emergency funding could be used temporarily to set up these types of situations. Sacramento recently did one. They exist in Las Cruces, New Mexico, San Diego, Santa Ana, Seattle, Virginia Beach, Virginia. The people are doing amazing things in terms of interim solutions in other cities to alleviate the day-to-day suffering of those that are unsheltered. It's certainly something that the city should consider. And I just wanted to say one thing about the costs of rehabilitating these motels. I did the math on the $16 million investment in one of these hotels. For 160 units, it's $100,000 per unit. In the end, you look at tiny homes and you look at container homes, those costs range anywhere from as low as $5,000 up to $20,000 per unit. So for the cost of one,
can you conclude your comments, Mr. McCloskey?
Sure, just briefly. For the cost of one motel renovation for permanent housing, you could actually provide 4 tiny homes plus, or 4 container homes plus.
Thank you, Mr. McCloskey. Next up is Mr. Ruben Espinosa. Mr. Espinosa, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, and I just want to say thank you to the City Council and the Mayor for addressing all the needs that have arisen from homelessness. And I just want to reiterate what Des Martinez and Randy Villegas said about supporting the landlord-tenant counseling and the deposit insurance, and making sure that there's a mental health official at these facilities at all times, because we do have a lot of people that have mental health issues, and it's really multifaceted, and it's not just comes from one thing. So having somebody with the expertise to help and deal with these issues would be really helpful. And I also want to say I am thankful for Arias and Soria for calling out the NIMBYism, because we do have to get these people, these humans, in a safe place, in a safe environment. And, you know, that attitude of, you know what, I don't want these people in my backyard, or it might be unsightly, is not the attitude to keep moving forward in our city. And I just want to thank you guys for calling that out. And then I also support the idea that these will become permanent for our homeless community, like the hotels, and having the wraparound services on site. That is something that I greatly support and appreciate the local leaders doing. And with that, I am done and have nothing further.
Thank you for your comments. Last speaker is the individual with the last 4 digits of 5383 phone number. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council President. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah, this is Jonas Paulos, man. I want to tell you, thank you. I've been asking a lot, and for our heroes, our veterans, man, I just heard of 2 suicides. The social distance is doing them in, man. So I'm very hurt. I approached them, and I thought they were okay. You can never tell. And yes, please, I know I'm the mayor. You know, we have a great relationship with all of you. And it just breaks my heart to see somebody die because of lack of mental health and housing. So let's continue to do affordable housing. I thank you. And it's just been hard because I got to know them and I just love them. And there is that mental health. I'm actually one of them. I have PTSD from sports, but I surrendered to therapy. And they're very severe. And they were just very decorated young men. And we just need to do more for our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonas. With that, that concludes our public comment. There was a motion made by Councilmember Arias with the modification, seconded by VP Esparza. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
Council, thank you for approving $11 million to acquire and renovate motels for our homeless residents.
Yeah, and council, just for the benefit of the public, we'll now take our lunch break. When we return, we will do the 1 p.m. Item, and then we will do closed session and wrap that up for the end of the meeting. Thank you. Be back at 1 p.m.
Okay, talk now and see.
I think we're good. You're coming in loud and clear, Gavin.
Okay, well, it was
Audio
one of the
good?
people I've muted, so Doug, the city clerk, Gary. Let's do one at a time. Gary, can you unmute yourself and let's see if you echo?
Hello.
Okay, you're good. Doug?
Not me.
Okay.
Mike?
I don't think it's me.
Tyler?
Negative.
Nope, not Tyler, huh?
I don't think Tyler was talking. Yeah, I don't know. It seems to be working.
Somebody
The more of you
snuck
that
off.
stay muted until you're talking, the better. It will definitely prevent that, just in case.
What about me?
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. You're good, Esme.
Council President, we're going to launch an investigation as to who the echo is coming from.
Yeah, we got to get down to the bottom of this. All right, I think we got a quorum. It is now 1:02. Our item coming back will be the 1 p.m. item, the Zero Fare Clean Air Act. Excuse me. I think we have our sponsors that are here already. Councilmember Maxwell, Councilwoman Soria, and Vice President Esparza. I believe you're going to be doing a presentation, correct?
I don't think we're going to be doing a formal slideshow presentation, but we'll be given our points. Council
All right,
President.
Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm really excited to present what I think is a very bold piece of legislation that we are calling the Zero Fare Clean Air Act. I want to thank my staff who put in endless hours, time, and energy to get to the point where we're at today, for the endless hours of community engagement meetings that we had presenting this ideas to the public, as well as my co-sponsors, council members Esparza and Soria, who themselves and their staff have also put a tremendous amount of work and effort into getting us to where we're at today. You all know, I had a 1-year sabbatical between the time I was elected and the time I took office, and really provided an opportunity for me to reflect on what I had heard knocking on the doors out in District 4. I talked to tens of thousands of people, went to numerous community meetings. I listened to the youth. I listened to the elderly. I talked to all kinds of people. And one of the things that kept coming up, a persistent issue, was a lack of transportation for so many people. I talked to elderly folks. I talked to folks with disabilities. I talked to Fresno State students, Fresno City College students. I talked to the homeless, and one thing kept coming up was that lack of access to transportation for all of these folks. Now, last March, we went into shelter in place. COVID-19 pandemic hit, and it changed everything. This problem about a lack of access to transportation did not go away during the COVID-19 pandemic. If anything, it became exacerbated, just like a whole host of other issues, whether that's housing or food or transportation. And on many occasions, we stood up to the occasion to meet the crisis at hand. We provided relief to tenants and landlords. We provided relief to our small business owners. We provided relief to our farmers. We provided relief to our seniors that needed meals. We stood up and we met the occasion. Now, one area where we failed to do that to the best extent possible was providing reliable and easily accessible transportation. And so that leads us today to the proposal at hand, the Zero Fare Clean Air Act. So what is that? Essentially, it's going to allow you to hop on any bus and take it to whatever destination you need in our city without having to worry about coming up with fare revenue. Why are we doing this? Why now? Why can this not wait a year? Why can this not wait 5 years? Well, there's some short-term consequences and some long-term consequences of going zero fare. For the short term, we want to get as many people vaccinated as quickly as possible. And one of the things that we're hearing through my office is a lot of folks that don't have easy access to transportation to get COVID testing or to get their vaccines at the fairgrounds or wherever they need to go, especially if they're elderly. As we get closer to the tail end of this pandemic, we have to make it as easy as possible for people to get back to work. Tens of thousands of people have lost their jobs or lost their cars as a result of COVID-19. We want to make it as easy as possible for them to get back into the workforce, for the young people graduating City College and Fresno State to enter the workforce. We want to help clean our air. We know that transportation is one of the largest producers of carbon emissions in our environment, and we want to help ease more usage of public transportation. And we want to provide equity to our most struggling families here in the city of Fresno, which brings me to my next point. Who is the average bus rider here in the city of Fresno? Well, we know this because every 2 years we conduct a comprehensive ridership survey amongst our bus riders. And we know that the average bus rider here in the city of Fresno is a young woman of color. She has kids. She's on her way to work or school. We know that 76% of our riders have no access to a vehicle. We know that 77% of our riders make less than $20,000 a year. It's abject poverty. And so I think we have to acknowledge bus fares for what they are. It's a regressive tax on our poorest people here in the city of Fresno. I've never paid a usage fee for walking into a District 4 park. I've never paid a usage fee for a 911 call or a call to the fire department. I've never paid a usage fee for driving down Herndon or Blackstone. But somewhere along the way, it became common, it became normalized to charge a usage fee for the people that want to ride our buses, which we know an overwhelming super majority of these folks are living in abject poverty. So when I talk about the Zero Fare Act, I want people to think about it as a three-tiered process. There's an immediate, mid-range, and long-term goal here. Immediately, what we would like to do is what dozens of other cities across the United States, including cities in our own backyard, have already done. And that's to suspend bus fares beginning March 1st until the local emergency order is lifted or that we've been in the yellow tier for 90 days. This is just kind of the common practice. That's the industry standard right now with a lot of major transportation departments to meet the crisis at hand. Between now and then, that allows the Transportation Committee, the City Council, and the administration to continue working on a way to sustain this over the next 1 to 5 years. And I'm happy to say we've already made tremendous progress. We've had conversations with our top bulk purchasers, Fresno City College, Fresno State, Fresno Unified, who realize that while this is a city service, the students that they serve benefit tremendously from a public service like this, and they're interested in partnering with us going forward. We've had great conversations with the private sector, which I think is really going to be key. We've talked to the major hospitals here in our backyard. We've talked to the major employers, and we're already starting to move forward on securing some major funding from some of these private sector folks. When we go to fare suspension on March 1st, this is not going to affect bus drivers' pay. There's going to be no decrease in existing services, and we're going to have increased safety measures by not allowing continuous riding on our buses. A lot of cities already have that codified. We're going to codify that here today. And it is worth mentioning that, we do receive grants from the state of California, but a lot of the requirements have been suspended for the duration of COVID-19, where we no longer have to meet those requirements until the emergency order is lifted. And long-term, it's going to be relying on a more sustainable means of financing, namely Measure C. Clovis went zero fare, and they're, a smaller city. Their Measure C funds were able to help sustain them. It's not my belief that the city of Fresno is getting its equitable share of Measure C funds when it comes to public transportation. Now, thankfully, we have a warrior on the FCTA named Esmeralda Soria, who's been an advocate, a fierce advocate for easier and more accessible public transportation for years. And she's going to be at that table having those discussions, making sure that in 2027, when we receive this future funding, that we have a sustainable means of keeping zero fare in place. And like I mentioned, dozens of other cities across the United States have already gone zero fare, many in our own backyard. Clovis, California initially did it due to COVID-19, and it worked out so well that Mayor Drew Bessinger, who also sits on the Air Pollution Control District Board, made it so that they went permanent zero fare in October. Visalia, California suspended fares due to COVID-19. Merced County. And I've talked to all these folks, and I've talked to folks across the country in different states and different cities, from Oregon to Washington to Missouri. And they've all told me the same thing, that this increases their ridership. It increases the customer satisfaction. They are not seeing any sort of increase in crime or misbehaving on their buses. And frankly, I think, I'll speak for myself, I'm tired of watching the largest city in the valley, the 5th largest city in the state of California, constantly trailing behind what a lot of these other smaller cities are doing. They're looking to Fresno for guidance, and we consistently are not providing that. We need to step up to the plate and show people that we're serious about providing this amenity for folks during this time. I acknowledge that, we're not doing this because it's easy. We're not doing it because it's perfect. We are doing it because we are in the largest global recession and global pandemic of our lifetime, and we have to rise to the occasion. It's not perfection, but it is progress. I've seen this city year after year, decade after decade, bend over backwards for wealthy benefactors, powerful developers, and special interests. What I'm asking the city council today is to make that same effort, put in the same amount of work to provide a service for Fresno's poorest families and poorest communities. And I want to take a quick moment to thank all the community folks who have endorsed this proposal to date. I would like to thank the Fresno Youth Leadership Institute, the Fresno Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, Bitwise, Jakarta Movement, Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce, Central California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Central Labor Council, Fresno Metro Ministries, Better Blackstone, Fresno Barrios Unidos, Central La Familia, Boys and Men of Color, Fresno EOC, Fresno Reading and Beyond, Faith in the Valley, Assemblymember Dr. Joaquin Arambula, Fresno City College President Dr. Carol Goldsmith, Community Regional Medical Center, CNC Education Fund, CSU Fresno State, State Center Community College Trustees Nasreen Johnson, Magdalena Gomez, Annalisa Perea, Danielle Parra, Fresno Unified Trustees President Valerie Davis, Keisha Thomas, Elizabeth Jonathan Roses, Claudia Cazares, Genevieva Islas, Fresno County Office of Education Trustees James Martinez and Vice President Kimberly Tapscott-Munson. I'm pushing this not because this is something that's going to benefit Tyler Maxwell, but because this is something that's going to benefit our entire community. I don't care if you live in Northeast Fresno, Central Fresno, or Southwest Fresno. This is something our community has been asking for a very long time. And I think fortunately or unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has shed a light on how vital this service is for so many people living in our city and given us the impetus to pass something like this, not 10 years from now, not a year from now, but here today. And I will say that last night we had a very productive conversation with Mayor Gary Dyer and City Manager Tommy Escueda. And I won't speak on their behalf, but I think that they realize what a valuable service this is for so many people and what a pivotal role it plays here in our community. So with that being said, Council President, I don't know if we're gonna take it to the audience, to the callers, but I would like to make a motion to approve.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Maxwell, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. Let me actually date this here. We're going to be going out to the public, then I'll bring it back to the council. Let's hear what our constituents have to say. Got a couple folks punched up here. First one will be Monica Chacon, representative of ATU. Brianna, if you could cue her up. Ms. Chacon, you have the floor.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, hi. Good afternoon. I'm president right now of ATU 1027, and I just want to, I sent in a letter. I hope you guys all got that letter. It's just a synopsis of what some of our issues and concerns are. So we've experienced a free fare system in 2017 when we ran DRT, but I'm sure other people are going to address that as it comes up. But I've also been a bus passenger for much of my life. So the demographics that you're speaking of, Ms. Maxwell, is me, myself. I'm a woman of color. I was a teenage parent. I rode the bus to school, to pick up kids at daycare, to buy groceries, to job interviews. And actually my first job with the city, with the Department of Transportation, I rode the bus here. I rode through 3 buses to get here. That $1.25, that was a good assurance to me that, you know what, if someone acted up on that bus, that they would be ejected from it. There's no accountability if there's not a bus fare to be paid. And like I said, so that story is not unique to just myself. That story is unique to everybody here. So you know what? I'm very empathetic to the needs of the demographics out there. And my dad's 80 years old and he rides the bus. I have 2 teenage kids that ride the bus. But if it reverts back to the system that we had with free fare, I wouldn't feel safe putting them on there. it's already questionable sometimes now, but even more so then. And then your other thing you said, people's main concern when you were out there was access to transportation. I don't know that that necessarily means access in terms that they couldn't afford it. I think that's where they want expansion, which is where we're leading to right now. So if we lose the revenue and grants and everything coming in, we're not going to be able to expand the way that we are. And I talked to you like 2 weeks ago and I told you what the concerns were going to be on behalf of HU. And then you spoke to my board later that afternoon and they let you know what the concerns would be. So you had an opportunity to go back and maybe adjust your resolution to reflect some of what we were going to foresee in the future that would come up, and you didn't do so. So to me, I don't feel like the concern is servicing the public. I feel like it might mean more in terms of a political move on your part. Like I said,
Thank you, Ms. Chacon. Our next speaker is Cynthia Rocha. And if you'll allow me, Council, I'm going to go to 2 minutes. There's quite a bit of folks punched up. Ms. Cynthia Rocha, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Council President, and hello, Council members. I am Cynthia Rocha. I am the Director of Programs with the Youth Leadership Institute. I felt inclined to comment a little bit in support of this proposal being pushed forward by Councilmember Maxwell, also supported by Councilmembers Soria and Ms. Barza. We at the Youth Leadership Institute, of course, want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to support young people, and specifically young people of color who come from our most impacted communities and neighborhoods in the city of Fresno. And we know that having a no fare bus accessibility for our young people is vital to their ability to excel, not only in not having to worry about the economic impact of being able to pay for bus fare to get to their jobs and school, but also in their future endeavors. It's really vital and important, specifically for our young people during this pandemic, who've been the most economically impacted by the pandemic in both job availability as well as access to basic needs. And so as an organization, it's really important to us that we're supporting our most vulnerable in our community by providing them transportation equity. And this does that. We want to make sure that we're voicing our support on behalf of our young people, that we're showing up for them in spaces where we can make the city of Fresno a little bit easier and better for them to navigate so they can lead successful lives. And it's really important for us to make sure that we're stepping into the space to voice our support. So I just wanted to share that. And I wanted to, again, thank Councilmember Tyler Maxwell for meeting with us, meeting with our young people, hearing their concerns and hearing their thoughts, and moving it forward in the proposal that he brought today. So I just want to say thank you, and then just voice our support on behalf of the organization.
Thank you. Next up will be Mr. Mario Manganiello. Mr. Manganiello, 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. I'm with a CNC Education Fund, and I'm calling because it's very important, I believe, that this pass, because I lived in Tower District for 7 years and the rent went up in Tower District, and like how downtown the rent went up just with the cost. It's very hard to catch the bus when you can barely, afford rent, and you can barely get things afloat, and you don't have enough money to go to work. And I had to work all the way in River Park. I had a job of parking cars at River Park at Ruth Chris, and I'd have to catch the last bus to get back. And if I didn't have enough money to get back, a lot of times I only had enough money to go, but I didn't have enough money to get back. So I'm stuck, and I live all the way in Tower District. So how am I supposed to get back? I've got to go through my phone and call people at midnight to try to get a ride back because I've missed the last bus because I didn't have any money. So that's impacted me. And another thing that impacts also is when people are riding the bus and they have to struggle for change because they don't have enough to pay for the bus fare, that makes the buses late. So people are late to school, people are late to work. So that also impacts it a lot. So those are just some things that I wanted to share, and I'm very much in support of this.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Kyle Lopez Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, you will have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Kyle Lopez Schmidt at 115 North Calaveras. I've often used the bus. There's been a few times that have realized that the last minute not had changed. So I think this is definitely a quality of life thing that would kind of fix some of the last minute rushes of people trying to get to where they need when there's work or a job. So support that from personal side, from professional side, working on different community development issues, including affordable housing. I think could be a key thing to work with affordable housing developers and managers on them providing a source of revenue that could fill that gap of the loss of revenue, and those being key partners, and would commit to working through that in the future with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Next up will be Ms. Lydia Chavez. Ms. Chavez, you will have 2 minutes. Okay. And you're on mute, Ms. Chavez.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. Hi, good evening, councilors. Yes, my name is Lydia Chavez. I'm actually a bus driver with the city of Fresno. I've been a bus driver for 5 years now. I also was a part of the 2017 when we had the Route 1 fare for free. That way people can be able to get on and understand the system first before we they started paying. And we had many problems on the bus because of the fact that it was free. I know Mayor Jerry Dyer knows the fact that we do have a homeless problem, we have a drug problem, we have a violent crime problem here. And once people are going to hear the fact that this bus is free, that's exactly what we're going to have, is homeless people on this bus riding around and not being able to have the people that I need to be able to get on for the fact that we only have 10 people to ride right now. So I'm going to have to tell that mother with her child or that elderly person with her groceries, I'm sorry, I can't board you because I have 10 people on, and half these people may be just not going anywhere, riding around. I understand that Councilmember Maxwell had said right now the fact that they will diminish that, but it's already happening now, especially with our passes. People are riding around and not going anywhere right now, especially during this pandemic. And the fact that saying that it's free is going to allow people to get on more, especially when we shouldn't be during this pandemic. We should be able to be home and to be able to make sure that we get a hold of this coronavirus and to be able to see homeless people on here. And don't get me wrong, not that I'm being rude or anything, but the fact that I've seen people bathing in our hand sanitizer just so that way they can get on our bus, and leaving trash and dirty diapers and a mess on our buses. And that's not what we want. We want to be able to provide a clean ride for the people who are paying. And once you pay, your accountability with that $1.25 is much more. You don't want to get kicked off that bus. And so I see it now, and I'm hoping that this doesn't pass, because I've already been assaulted twice this year. I almost luckily did not get injured enough, but I want to be able to go home to my family and to my kids. And I want to be able to have my passengers just as safe. And so I'm hoping that this does not pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Next up is Ms. Bridget Mosley Watkins. Ms. Watkins, you will have 2 minutes.
Now,
You're on. You have the floor, ma'am. 2 minutes.
good afternoon. I am a bus driver for the city of Fresno. I've been driving for about 4 years. I do have a concern with the free fare. My major concern is the safety of drivers and passengers. As some of the other drivers have stated, we did experience a time when riders thought the Q bus was free. They would board through the back doors. Our assaults were up. The buses were dirty. It was an unsafe atmosphere. My other concern is Council Member Maxwell states that he wants to get people to testing and to vaccinations. And while I understand that that is quite important, I'm concerned with a passenger boarding the bus to go get a test that may have COVID. You've now exposed me and 9 other people on that bus if you have a positive test. So those are problematic issues that drivers face, but also the passengers face. The other issue would be passengers that get on, ride from one end of town to the other with no destination in mind because they have nowhere to be. They're using the bus system as a hangout, and it's preventing people that do actually have life necessities that they're trying to take care of denied to them because we cannot board them due to 10 passenger load capacity. So I would hope that you would consider the safety of the passengers as well as the drivers when you vote for this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Ms. Keisha Thomas, Fresno Unified Trustee Thomas. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, President Chavez and the rest of the board. I would like to say that for the City Zero Fare Act, being a safe, transparent act, I am totally in agreement of having zero fare. And being one of the areas that has the most riders, my riders are most likely to have an advantage as to being a part of this. We have young women in West Fresno who need to get to school, get to work, take their babies to the doctor, and get to the grocery stores. So we are one of the most impacted areas. Now, with that being said, I will only endorse this if we make sure that the safety of our passengers and the safety of our workers are held in the highest regard. So with that being said, I appreciate you all. Thank you for bringing this forth. Tyler, thank you, you and President Chavez, just for making sure that I'm in the first and foremost important portion of this bill. So I can't wait for it to pass, and I can't wait for us to show everyone what it really looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Tina Robertson. Ms. Robertson, you will have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. As leaders in the city of Fresno, we at Bitwise urge you to support equitable transportation opportunities for all the residents through the Zero Fare Clean Air Act. As you know, Bitwise was founded in Fresno, specifically designed to create a bridge between residents from marginalized communities identified by poverty and lack of access to skills and resources, and skill them up in the tech industry. We provide paid apprenticeships and focus on building community in our city. We believe that the Zero Fare Clean Air Act that would suspend the bus fares immediately will allow the citizens to have access to vaccinations and treatments related to COVID. We believe very strongly that access to healthcare via reliable, free, safe bus service is one way we can address the social inequities of our town and stimulate our local economy. We believe that the proposal provided by the the council members does have the ability to bridge safety and convenience and reliability. And we appreciate the opportunity to be a community supporter of this and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the benefit of the public, I have done some quick math on some folks waiting to speak. Now I'll facilitate that for the next 45 minutes. Next up will be Ms. Kaya Heron. Ms. Heron, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Council President and Council members, for the opportunity to provide comment in support of the Zero Fare Clean Air Act today. My name, as stated, is Kaya Heron, and I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy for the Fresno Metro Black Chamber of Commerce. As you know, our Clean Shared Mobility Network, as a part of the TCC investment, is working to increase EV adoption and close the transportation gap and decrease greenhouse gas emissions. We support the Zero Fare Clean Air Act, not only because it will eliminate bus fares citywide, but because it will increase public safety and mobility in line with our long-term goals. We envision an affordable, livable, walkable, and equitable city that looks like zero fare and the next wave of community development and public policy required to reach those goals. As shared by Councilman Maxwell, we know that riders are going to work, school, the grocery store, and doctor's appointment. And most important to the chamber is to support our local small businesses. The compounding cost of bus fares impacts their spending power, and for many is the difference between dinner and debt. Despite the pandemic, we know that ridership is up and that demand will continue to grow as we reopen and prioritize. In closing, the benefits from increased ridership, system efficiency, and potential job creation are clear and convincing. We support the council in passing this, and we also are proud to support the councilman and his co-sponsors in charting the path to an equitable transportation system that prioritizes our community's health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Ms. Alexandra Alvarado. Ms. Alvarado, you have 2 minutes. You're on mute, Ms. Alvarado.
Hi, sorry. This is actually Gracia Lanes with Leadership Council. I'm not sure how my name is showing. I apologize for that.
All right.
But it just showed up on my phone. So good afternoon, council members. My name is Gracia Lanes. As I mentioned, I'm with Leadership Council. And our organization as you all know, works with communities throughout South Fresno, and we appreciate Councilmember Maxwell and his colleagues' initiative on this proposal and are generally very supportive of this concept, as this is a priority that community members and partners have raised time and time again as a priority to get done. However, we do, hope that council works closely with community members and, the very same folks who would benefit from this to develop a sustainable long-term funding source beyond the 5 years, as I believe is what has been said, and also ensure that we can expand service and frequencies to these very same neighborhoods where it is critically needed, and for this to truly help to have our achieve our clean air goals. Additionally, we hope to see a strong, just an equally strong initiative to transition to a zero emission bus system and infrastructure and investing in that. And so again, just want to reiterate, we are generally very supportive of this and welcome the opportunity to have community conversations about the sustainable funding sources and access to transportation service and zero emission infrastructure. And anything short of this threatens to undermine the equity goals of this very same proposal. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Next up will be Mr. Alan Jacobson. Mr. Jacobson, you will have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. I'd like to just say that this resolution is a bad idea and very fiscally irresponsible resolution. This will in effect kill transit in Fresno without guaranteed money to make up the shortfall of fare collection and the loss of federal and state funding. This will have the opposite effect of what the resolution wants to do. Excuse me, I wasn't expecting to speak so quickly. The other issue is that it will have an opposite effect of jobs. If it was even remotely sustainable, would kill jobs in like the taxi industry, the Uber and Lyft industry. School bus drivers would lose their jobs because the schools would force their kids onto the Fresno Area Express buses, and it would just have the wrong effect than what is proposed. In the resolution, there is no guaranteed funding for this, and it would just not be fiscally responsible resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Next up will be Ms. Evelyn Gamble. Ms. Gamble, you will have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name's Evelyn Gamble, and I represent District 2 on the City of Fresno Youth Commission. And we on the commission support and believe in the Zero Fare Clean Air Act because it benefits youth in our city now more than ever. Many youth can barely afford to ride the bus, having to pay when they go somewhere and then to get back home. And I think it's important to remember what's at stake here, and that's giving our youth a peace of mind of how they're going to get home, but definitely also ensuring the safety of our youth who are going to ride the bus and the employees. But on the Youth Commission, we were very excited to hear about this act, and we definitely support it to its fullest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Mr. Adam Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you, gentlemen. What I would like to state is kind of, or maybe just to reiterate what Driver Chacon said. As a passenger and being on a somewhat fixed income, I have utilized the bus service here in the city of Fresno for numerous years. I can tell you that when the Blackstone bus was free fare or free of charge, if you will, essentially that it was a total fiasco. I mean, in so many ways just to get on a bus and have room to ride the bus, dealing with vagrants, dealing with those with mental disabilities, not even myself encountering so much just problems, if you will, for lack of better terms, but I've seen students be harassed. I've seen the elderly be harassed. There's just, I mean, there's a whole lot of things here that could plausibly go wrong and Fresno's not a safe city. I mean, and then you look at what the gentleman said. I mean, from a standpoint, we don't even, at least let's get exploratory committee going or something to kind of see. I mean, there's no guaranteed funding here. There's just so many things that can go wrong. And the other thing to state is $1.25 is not a lot to ride the bus. There's numerous programs out here that help individuals as myself, elderly, students with bus fare, or to make up that bus fare, or to help them ride free of charge, if you will. So with that being stated, you know, I think there needs to be some more, you know, looking into this, if you will. Kind of maybe that exploratory committee or something along those lines that can kind of look into this and see what the long-term repercussions will be. Not just jump into this and say, oh, we hope everything's going to work out well and have our fingers crossed. I think that's the wrong approach to have, gentlemen. And so with that being said, I thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next up will be Raymart Khan. Raymart, you will have 2 minutes. You could unmute yourself.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
All right, what's good? My name is Raymar. I'm currently a student at Fresno City College, and we can all agree Fresno's a pretty large city, everything seeming like it's 15 minutes to a half hour away. And so was my drive to school, and many of my friends who didn't have licenses relied on the free bus rides that FCC offered, and they were in panic when those free services were to be halted pre-pandemic. And that being said, it's one thing to be late for class, but we need serious reform for the working class and colored communities that rely on public transport for their livelihood and to make it to their jobs and families. And zero bus fares could be the first step in that. The allocation of COVID-19 funds to make these services free determines how much our city values the essential workers that we've claimed has kept us through the pandemic. And what can we do to help them and their families? I participated in the What the Facts campaign with Fresno Boys and Men of Color and collected data among fax writers whose biggest complaints were no Wi-Fi and late bus arrival times. Some people pay monthly for a fax membership for inadequate services, and people who say $1.25 isn't a lot don't recognize the lack of equity for these communities. And we need to not only make these services free to the public, but to improve the quality and safety of the people who rely on public transport. Most folks who can't drive for different reasons, whether it be legal or monetary reasons, they should be the priority. Certain people against this said that nothing is free, but City Council didn't even blink to reallocate more funds to FPD last year. So I would like to see that same energy for the essential workers and community that have kept and will keep Fresno running. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Ms. Amber Crowell. Ms. Amber Crowell, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Dr. Amber Crowell, Fresno State Sociology Professor and Regional Housing Coordinator for Faith in the Valley. I'm speaking in support of the Zero Fare Clean Act, and I commend Clean Air Act, and I commend Councilmember Maxwell for giving a strong presentation. With high levels of poverty and cost burden for basic living made worse by the pandemic, this is one of the most straightforward ways that the city can accomplish multiple goals: increasing safe transportation for our most vulnerable and disadvantaged communities, encouraging more low-emission transit and reducing car usage, and advancing social equity in our city. This city is not built to be easy to navigate without motorized transportation, which means a large percentage of our residents cannot easily do the things that they need to do to stay healthy, productive, and self-sufficient. To get to school, to get groceries, to get to doctor's appointments, to get vaccinated, you need transportation. We do not accomplish public safety by raising up barriers to safe transit for families, for mothers with children, for folks who are socially vulnerable. The bus fare is a significant barrier and not one that aligns with the goals of our city. I join the other community advocates who work directly with the residents who need this, including the youth who have time and again shown Fresno what needs to be done to make our city equitable, in voicing my support for the Zero Fare Clean Air Act. This should be part of a multi-pronged effort from our city to improve living conditions for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Ms. Brandy News Villegas. Ms. Villegas will have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself. I think we lost Ms. Villegas. Next up will be Ms. Brenda Quisp. Ms. Quisp, you will have 2 minutes. You're on mute, Miss Brenda.
Mic check.
There you go. We can hear you. You have
Buenas
2 minutes.
tardes. Thank you. Yes, I wholeheartedly support this because I've seen it. I've taken the bus for a long time, helping my parents downtown while they had a restaurant. And to avoid that expensive monthly fee, I went and I remember feeling nervous. I remember like, oh, I heard horrible stories and it was not bad at all. And seeing people there, people that look like me, people of color, and seeing how the struggles that they have to be able to pay, I know this can help so many. And I've seen high school students, middle school students, and it's people of color, it's the BIPOC community. Please help support this, make this pass. This is the first step. And thank you. That is it.
Thank you. Next up will be, I think we have Miss Brandy Villegas back. Miss Villegas, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I think I accidentally disconnected myself. I just wanted to call briefly to say, express my, sorry about that, I'm struggling with my headphones. Support of this. We have, on behalf of the homeless community, as well as people who are low, that are in poverty levels that we've been working with, having the access to the buses would be huge. They depend so much on having to get out to various appointments that might be way on somewhere in the middle of town, to get to job things for jobs, to get to anything to take care of their needs, and not having to choose between food and getting a bus would be a huge relief for so many that are trying to get up on their feet. So support that. I agree with the district member, school district member, who was talking about ensuring the safety of the bus drivers, and I agree that that definitely also needs to be part of the piece. But there are a lot of people we've worked with where having not having to have that added expense of bus ride would make it much easier to be able to get ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Miss Lisa Flores. Miss Flores, you will have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, you have the floor, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Well, I think this is just a fabulous idea, by the way, Tyler. I think you do need to look at long-term financial stability, especially if you're giving up both state and federal matching funds for transit. You do need to look at that. And I would also look at how are you providing the necessary PPE for your bus drivers? Because I've heard, believe it or not, at the dog park, when the whole pandemic was starting to close things down about, PPE and drivers. And I believe that we've already discussed in budget hearings about safety on the buses and about the police officers that are assigned and how there was a rapid response to that. I think this is something that Fresno definitely needs, because here you guys are, you're marketing Fresno, you're cleaning up the roads, but, and you're giving special interest groups like, Amazon special tax cuts and stuff, and they're walking away not paying millions into the coffers, yet the people that work at Amazon or the people that are working minimum wage jobs get nothing. They just continually get hit and hit and hit. And this is an opportunity to create a level playing field. Because, sometimes if you think about it, if you use $2.50 a day, 30 days, that's $75. That's about a week's worth of food for a person. That's some clothes. That's a pair of shoes, and people need that in this time, in this community. That could go to rent to, stabilize our housing. There's a lot of the savings to the people that would be using it is great. $75 a month, that's a lot of money. As for me, I have yet to ride the transit in Fresno, but I do actually look forward to doing it, since where I live, I have like 3 transit stops literally at the corner. So, I'm looking forward to this, and it would be easier for me because today, right now, I couldn't jump on a transit bus because I don't have change because of COVID. So anyway, I support it, Tyler. I think it's fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Mr. Rick Stites. Mr. Stites, you'll have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, my name's Rick Stites. I've got 30 years of experience speaking in behalf of employees and transit riders over the years and solving a number of problems that we've had with the transit department, working hand in hand with the city of Fresno. We're at $1.25 fare right now. That's been in place for about 6 or 7 years. The Swearingen administration implemented that, keeping in mind that it's one of the lowest fares in the state of California, other than being free, but $1.25 to accommodate low-income citizens and very vulnerable citizens. 2 minutes, I'm skipping a lot of stuff. We went into the BRT 2 or 3 years ago. It was touted as Fresno's premier bus service with quality, clean, quick, and Wi-Fi. The city was using that as a base to broaden the transit rider base for people to park their cars and ride the bus, and get basically business class people to use it. With that inception, we went into a non-expected free ride experience already. You've heard some of the drivers speak. It ended up not being turning out too well. It being free, it kind of got away from the city of Fresno. When they got it back, we had quite a list of experiences. It was used extensively by homeless, mental disabilities. It created a lot of problems, delays. People didn't have any skin in the game. It was free, so they just got on and used it. And as a matter of fact, it did not expand the ridership base. Yes, people did ride it, but it did not expand the ridership base, which was one of the main things. I'd like to go on to the resolution itself. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered in my mind. The opening introduction states that state and federal grants may be available to fund a zero fare transit system. Gentlemen, lady, we need to know this for sure. If you're going to go for a year or 5 years, this has to be in cement. Encourage more people to make public transit instead of driving cars. We've already gone through that experience somewhat with BRT. You can check with Mr. Barfield and the transit department for the results on that. It also goes on to say the city will encourage existing contracts with third parties for discounted and fares for employees, students, and program participants to remain in effect. Curiosity, if you go to a free service for 3 months or 3 years, why would any of these entities continue to buy fares for their constituents? That's another drain of revenue.
Can you wrap up your comments, Mr. Stites?
I'm doing the best I can, brother. The duration. When will the free ride experience end? It states that the state of emergency is lifted by the mayor and confirmed by the city council, or when Fresno County returns to the yellow tier for a period of 90 days. Nobody knows when that's going to happen. If this resolution goes into effect, is it going to be 3 months? Is it going to be 6 months? Is it going to be a year? With a new COVID variant coming, God knows only. Hopefully it's over soon. And some of the other people, just a passing comment in case if it doesn't get said, the accountability and security of the passengers and drivers of these buses. Currently, the city transit department does not have the complement of police officers that it did before. That's gone. Thank you for your time. And
thank you, Mr. Stites. Next up will be Mr. Henry Amador. Mr. Amador, you will have 2 minutes. If you could please unmute yourself. You have the floor, Mr. Amador. Mr. Amador? I think he's having some technical difficulties, so we can come back to him later. Next up will be Mr. Pedro Navarro Cruz. Mr. Cruz, you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President, and hello to all the City Council and Mayor Dyer. I'm in full support of the Clean Air Act. I really want to thank Council Member Tyler Maxwell for pushing this. And something that just comes to mind as I'm listening to this conversation, and I would like to get clarity is, I really like Mayor Dyer's hashtag One Fresno, right? And I think this is a really great opportunity as residents to get a good understanding as to what this hashtag really means, because I see this proposal as a great opportunity to connect our city, to really give the opportunity for folks that have spoken up, right, that are lower income, that are really tight budgets, and can really move up the social ladder by being able to attend their schools, by being able to go to school. But I am concerned because as a person that grew up in North Fresno and lives in South Fresno now, I grew up hearing a narrative, right, that there's basically two Fresnos, right? A North Fresno that's better developed, that there's more opportunities, and the South Fresno that's lacking everything, and folks from North Fresno are afraid to encounter. But I think making the bus zero fare will be a great opportunity to bridge our city, connect our city, and just make our city more thorough. And I really support this. I live close to Blackstone, so when the Q bus was brand new, I took my son to Woodward Park on the Q bus a couple of times because it was easy, right? I didn't have to worry about having change on me. I just got on the bus and we went to Woodward Park and we came back and we had a great day. And I imagine myself doing the same thing and doing the same going to downtown. So thank you all again. I hope that you can support this and we can create a One Fresno that really encompasses everybody, especially folks that are struggling the most in our city.
Thank you. Next up will be the Central Valley Urban Institute. The representative from the Central Valley Urban Institute. You'll have 2 minutes. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, council members. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We stand in strong support of this item. Just briefly, I won't take too much of your time because we wholeheartedly agree with what many of our allies have said who spoke in favor of this item. But it's a basic need. It's not a luxury. It isn't a service that people need to pay for. It's a public good. It gives the city the ability to combat inequality and reduce its carbon emissions. Over 100 cities around the world are already doing this. Just to speak briefly to Ms. Perez, who couldn't be here, who's one of the residents that we work with in the community. She's a resident leader. She's 62, she lives in public housing, and she supports her 2 young grandchildren on an unemployment check of $235 a month. So saving $2.50 a day for her trip to and from the doctor, that means something to her. And so I'd like to graciously ask that council please stand in support of this item. And we look forward to educating the public once this item is passed, that this is a resource that is available to them to get to college, to get to school, to get to the grocery store, and to get to doctor appointments. Thank you for your time, council.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Next up will be Mr. Anthony Molina. Mr. Anthony Molina, you will have 2 minutes. You could please unmute yourself.
Thank you, council members and council president, and thank you, Council Member Maxwell, for introducing this concept to Fresno. I think that if the funding and the homeless issues can be addressed, this would be a great boon to the benefits of this, which would be to increase opportunities for biking and walking, which would have tremendous health benefits for our community. As a physician, I really think that this would be a great way to help combat the other pandemic that we face, that we have faced with diabetes and obesity. So I think multiple speakers have spoken to the challenges of accessing, education and essential jobs. But I'm not sure that council members may be aware that in certain zip codes, and there's quite a number, that 10 to 20% of the households lack access to vehicles, which is really a huge number. So making transit zero fare would really help those households that need access to healthcare and have money left over to purchase healthy food. So I think as a physician, I think the public health benefits would be greatly warranted. So thank you very much for your attention. I would support zero fare transportation. It has been done in many communities and really can increase ridership. And my understanding, I'm not an expert on transit funding, but I understand that funding is tied to ridership, so it makes sense to increase our ridership. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Molina. Next up will be, I think we have Mr. Henry Amador back, that we're going to try and accommodate him. Mr. Amador, if you could unmute yourself, you'll have 2 minutes, sir.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. I'm a bus driver myself, and I strongly disagree with this. Due to the fact is, if we let this go for free, it's just going to take up a lot more space with people that shouldn't be riding the bus, unwanted people that are riding the bus, as far as, let's say, the ones that come and start a lot of issues, the ones that are sitting there. As far as the city people and the state people, I get that they were free at one time. And I agree with that, because the fact is that you're going to school, you're getting education, everything else is working great for them. I mean, as far as, them trying to get to school and build themselves up. So I agree with that. And the disabled is 60 cents for them. I agree with that also, because, it's tough times for them, and they don't have all the funds to make that $1.25. But as a bus driver, my wife's a bus driver also. It's the safety of us also. We can't just allow everybody just to ride for free and think that is not going to have issues on there. There's going to be a lot more issues, like when the BRT was for free. There was a lot of issues going on then. So, I mean, just the safety of us and the safety of other riders. And the fact is, having room on that bus, there's going to be a lot of people that are just going to want to ride around, and there's not room for other people. Right now we're at the 10 capacity, and it's people that are, that need to be on, and they're not on, due to somebody else just sitting there, trying to stay warm or trying to stay out the heat. And that's the sad part, is that, some people are not making it to work on time due to that. And I strongly disagree with that.
Thank you, Mr. Amador. Next up will be Mr. Kevin Hall. Mr. Hall, you will have 2 minutes. Please be respectful and maintain decorum. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Council President, council members. Until this morning, I was firmly opposed to this proposal because of its funding scheme and repeated use of the Clovis model, which is a bare bones service. And the driver's comments today have me worried. I can't imagine why they weren't spoken to first. And we should not have to lean on our public schools or private hospitals for funding. There is fax money available to cover the cost of free bus rides for at least 4 years with security at $7.5 million a year. And in the meantime, we can craft a Measure C that creates a sustainable funding stream for free transit in an integrated county-wide equitable system. It's the $30 million found in the Regional Transportation Plan for methane-powered buses. The methane path was chosen 20 years ago when Henry R. Perea was council president. That was the bridge fuel to today. The future of electric buses has arrived. It's time to stop investing in methane, the hottest greenhouse gas, next to nitrous oxides from chemical fertilizers on farms. It's time to stop using methane buses and go electric. This is perfect timing. Just last week, the new Measure C Renewal Committee met for the first time. Its membership has been privately selected. FCTA advocate Rose Willems tells me the committee is not subject to the Brown Act rules, and it is dominated by urban white interests again. Several commenters today are on that committee and haven't disclosed their membership. Measure C is the largest, longest-running, most regressive tax in city and county history, but this is where the electric bus decisions will be made. Please, let's get this right. It goes through 2047. Before you approve this item, add transparency, please, in the form of direct community involvement and oversight. We recently had a bad episode where Fresno City College students felt lied to by their trustees about free bus rides, and we need to build support for a good Measure C, not undermine it through a repeat of that poor planning and communication. If we want free fax rides forever in electric buses, vans, and cars, please call for full transparency of the Measure C Renewal Committee, no closed door negotiations, and for COVID emergency service, light up the paratransit and taxi script programs already in place. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Mr. All. We have room for two more speakers, Ms. Josiah Cooper, and then we will close with Mr. David Johnson after that. Ms. Cooper, you have the floor.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, you said Mrs. First off. I'm a guy, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I apologize, Mr. Cooper.
Okay, sir. My name is Josiah Cooper. I'm a resident of District 4 under Councilman Maxwell, and I'm a leader of Faith in the Valley, Fresno. In November, I was part of a team that convened a group of youth at the Fresno Fairgrounds to address violence in our city. And at that meeting, the youth named what they desired from the city. On the list, they stated that they wanted more affordable transportation and free bus rides for students. We know that not only will free bus rides make our city cleaner, it will make it safer. This is why I am in support of Councilman Maxwell's proposal for zero fare bus lines.
Thank you, sir. Last speaker will be Mr. David Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is David Johnson, and I'm here on behalf of the Kansas City Area Transportation Authority. We're a bi-state agency that provides public transportation services in a 7-county region for the Kansas City Metro in both Kansas and Missouri. I'm here today to provide some comments on behalf of our CEO, who's recovering from his second COVID shot this afternoon, and sends his regrets that he can't be here himself. His background in social services led us to this point of implementing a zero fare program in March of last year. We were actually accelerated into that program by the pandemic. We implemented zero fare as part of a list of responses that were actually requested by ATU International. And we were proud to implement all of those responses as soon as we could. And so that includes suspension of fares, rear door boarding, and between those two, you practically eliminate the direct interaction between the passenger and the operator. Prior to that, we prepared for, or in response to increased security incidents with the fare, implemented mandatory plexiglass barriers around the driver cab. And that has practically eliminated any security assaults, direct assaults on operators. And that was done well in advance of our zero fare implementation. Yes, you will have problems identifying every single dollar to backstop this. But if you set the policy goal now, you will be able to have that wind behind staff and others to help you identify ways to fund the program. And again, the pandemic response at minimum, we would recommend, because again, it reduces the interaction between the passengers and the drivers. If our CEO was here, he would tell you that this policy, this program is all about people, that we're more than just four wheels and steel box rolling up and down the street of Kansas City's neighborhoods, and that this is an equity project in addition to making sure the system is just as accessible as possible. When you pay a fare, every single trip you make is a transaction with friction. And so if you don't support this on a sort of policy level, just realize that when you're using transit, as I am, I don't have a car, I'm a transit rider by choice, every single trip you make is a financial transaction. It's very different than owning a car and having all of those costs sunk into that. I would also add that when we surveyed customers, they are in great support of zero fare and told us they would travel more. So while some may see that as a detriment during the pandemic, when you recover from the pandemic, as we all hope to do, you will see increased ridership. We saw that in the 3 months prior to the pandemic, when we instituted zero fare on a single route. Customers also told us that they would take that money that doesn't go into our fare box and spend that on housing, medical expenses, retail purchases, and insurance. So rest assured that they will be putting that money back into the economy and for good use. And with that, I'll take any questions if you have them, but that concludes my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. With that, I will bring it back to the council, and the co-sponsors will go first. Vice President Esparza, if you wanted to make some comments, and then Councilwoman Soria after.
Councilmember Soria wanted to go. I'll go right after.
Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I want to thank everyone for chiming in, both those that support and those that oppose the measure. I'm actually very encouraged and actually honored to be a co-sponsor of this piece of policy. I think it is going to move Fresno in the right direction. It is about equity, and this is about people. This is about the Marios, about the Esthers, the Evelyns, the Raymarts, the Fresno City College students that I represent, even the adjunct faculty, many of them who right now, because of the pandemic and the lower enrollment numbers, have seen a reduction in their course load. And so they're seeing their paychecks cut in half. This is about them. Because for Esther, who actually spoke with us at the press conference last week, she told us on one single trip, if she's riding the bus with her husband and maybe her two kids that are over 7 years old, at times, if she has to go get when you not just pay the $1.25, but you get a transfer ticket, that can total up to $10 for her and her husband. Plus, it doesn't include the kids. So if you think of just one day for a couple that relies heavily on transportation, what that means a lot. For folks that are making, 6 figures or even have, are making way above the poverty level wages of the city, $1.25 may not seem a lot, but it adds up over a period of time. And every year, this body actually has the opportunity to see, if you read through it, the analysis of impediments for fair housing choice. And we talked about housing earlier when we talked about homelessness in our community, and we know we have a crisis in front of us. So if we are serious about trying to eliminate every barrier for affordability in our community, this is the policy that you should support today, because it will help us not only in the short term, but it will help us in the long term. If we look at the statistics in this analysis that was just done in 2020, kind of prior to COVID, you know that families in Fresno on average spend about 61% of their income towards housing and transportation costs. That's for those that are at the moderate level. Those that have lower income wages, lower wages, that means 71 to 80% of their monies are being spent on housing and transportation. The study tells us that high transportation costs also contribute to the overall levels of affordability in Fresno. So if we are about making housing more affordable and accessible to our communities, then we should be supporting these efforts to reduce the cost and the burdens of public transit in our community. This initiative is about people. It's about the future of Fresno. It's about that one Fresno that Mayor Dyer talks about. Because if we're about creating that one Fresno, we have to think with an equity lens. Not everyone gets to get the same, but we get to give what people need. And people right now during this pandemic need the ability to get on the bus without thinking if the $5 that it may take them to drive the bus during the day will mean that they will have to skip their next meal. That's what this is about. And in the long term, I'm happy that we were able to have a great, robust debate with our administration and his staff to talk about how we face this policy in being realistic. We have federal funding. We have COVID dollars that the federal government has given us that we are able to use to be able to cover the gap between now and the time when we bring back a sustainable plan. And I agree with Mr. Kevin Hall. That is why one of the reasons that I wanted to be on the FCTA board, because I believe that that FCTA board needs a voice that is going to be the voice of equity, the voice that represents people that generally don't have a seat at the table. And Measure C should be the table where we should be asking for a fair share when it comes to public transit dollars. You know, if we look at the population in our county, the city of Fresno residents make up over half the population of our entire county. It's time that we demand that we get our fair share of dollars to invest in public transit, because it brings a whole list of benefits to our community. If it is affordability, people being able to get to their job, to their school, to their healthcare necessities, to go grocery shopping, and what it means for our environment. If we want to reduce our carbon footprint, and we know that our transportation department is already in that pathway, looking at electrifying our buses. So there's so much great opportunity. I am tired of being the city that people look at us and we're at the bottom of every list, and that people look at us and then look at us as a city of no. I want to be the city of yes. I want to be the city where people now look at us as not just, oh, we're actually the fifth largest city. No, as someone that is leading the way on these issues, so that folks can see that Fresno too can do big things. I know that it's sometimes uncomfortable to see change, but I think that this is good change, not just for the immediate, but in the long term. So I want to just thank Councilmember Maxwell for being bold and for asking me to help him in these endeavors. I know that where there's a will, there's a way. And I've seen it. When councils and mayors decide that something is going to be a priority, they make it happen. Just think about the animal shelter issue, right? When we found out that we needed to go in a different direction, we didn't even blink our eyes. We figured out and found the money to build it. So we do this every time, but again, we are going to be setting the priorities of our next budget and our next budgets for the next 5 years in a few months. This is the right time because we have an opportunity to be bold, but also be innovative and creative and demand that we get the resources we need from Measure C and from whatever other federal and state resources that are out there, because we're going to be bold and innovative in our policy decisions that are really going to impact people. This is, again, about the Marios, the Esthers, the Evelyns, the Raymarts, all the Fresno City College students and those adjunct faculty that are struggling right now. And I know that there's a willingness from even private partners to be able to support this in the interim so that we have the ability to have a sustainable plan for the future.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Vice President Esparza, and then Councilmember Arias after.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor on this piece of legislation. When Councilmember Maxwell approached me about the policy he was crafting, I was very, very excited for a number of reasons. One being that COVID-19 has impacted, our Fresno families really in unimaginable ways. The economic impact, I think, has been devastating for residents all across the city. The pandemic has very clearly exposed the fault lines of the tremendous inequality in our system, at least for those who couldn't already see it. That goes for economically, socially, environmentally, and otherwise. But I think there's a glimmer of hope among many folks, not just here in Fresno, but nationally, that the end of the pandemic is an opportunity to build back our economy in a way that is more equitable and effective for people all across the board. And what that looks like in Fresno is zero fare. It's that first step. Investing in a zero fare bus system means we're supporting our working families, our students, the disabled, elderly. I mean, really any resident who relies on public transportation daily. And, by investing in these residents, we're also directly investing in the economic development of our city. We know that the many folks riding our bus, folks who are only pulling in 40,000, 30,000, even 20,000 a year, unfortunately don't have the luxury of being able to save. And so we can count on the fact that millions of dollars saved in fair revenue by our residents is going to be redirected back into our economy. People are going to shop, they're going to eat, and simply be able to pay their bills a little easier. I also believe that this policy creates the opportunity to capitalize on the future design of our city. One focused on affordable living, a robust downtown and central Fresno. That's because I think zero fare is complementary to our housing and revitalization goals in the inner core of our city. I'm proud to have led the effort to create the Fresno EIFD and the hundreds of millions of dollars that will be invested in infrastructure on Blackstone and downtown over the next several decades. We're in the process of exploring a P-bid along Blackstone right now as well that would complement the one that is in downtown already. And soon I'll probably be introducing a text amendment looking into increasing densities in our mixed use zones. And so, the investments the city has made in BRT and this investment in zero fare are just added infrastructure that will support the success of all of these infill development efforts. A heavier focus on public transportation and a more walkable city, that's going to facilitate compact land use and reduce the need to travel long distances. And I think this is what the future of our city looks like. So I'm, again, proud to be a co-sponsor of this piece of legislation. I do hear the concerns expressed by our bus drivers, some of them related to the legislation in particular, some of them not. Some of them I think are independent of that and our issues notwithstanding. But always happy to sit down and discuss those and address those concurrently and or independently of this legislation.
Thank you, Vice President. Councilmember Arias and then Councilmember Corbasi. You're muted, Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Councilmember. I was hoping to pull off a Congressman Porter moment and have a whiteboard breaking down the incomes of people that we've been talking about this afternoon, because I think it's visually very helpful to help folks understand the average person in our city, what they make and how that money gets spent. But just let me walk you through one simple example. A minimum wage worker making $15 an hour. For this example, we can say somebody who works at Amazon. After taxes, federal, state, Social Security, Medicare taxes, they're taking home $23,450. After they pay rent, and the average rent in Fresno, that's costing them about $14,000 a year. Let's say they have to buy food on a monthly basis. They're not on public assistance, out of pocket. You're spending probably $6,000, especially right now during COVID when you have kids at home and you have to feed them 10 times more than you've ever fed them before when they're doing in-school instruction. You have an average utility bill of $150 a month. That's $1,800 a year. Your very affordable, as some would define, fax bill is $50 a month. If you go and take the bus 5 days a week to work at Amazon, Ulta, any other job in the city, that leaves you with $50 a month. $50 a month to pay for medical costs, clothing, and any other incidentals that you might pop up, or to help your family in any other way. Now, for some people, the current bus fare is affordable. I would argue those folks are not riding the bus every single day to go back and forth to work. They've been able to climb the economic ladder in this city and have really good benefits, especially our bus drivers with our city benefit system. They have a really good salary. They have a really good pension because we take care of our employees. But that's not the story for most of the riders in our city. Now, some folks are going to try and define this as a free service. We're giving things away. So let's talk about that. All residents in this city pay taxes, every single one of them, every time they buy something and every time they file their taxes. Yet the city has had no problem in giving up their taxes that they pay to corporations in the form of millions of dollars of tax refunds, waiving millions of dollars of impact fees a year, and hiring incentives. And each time we argue it's an investment in job creation, it's an investment in giving people discretionary income in our city, It's an investment in helping people get ahead. This proposal simply does the same thing. It takes taxpayer money and it gives it back to individuals in our city so that they can keep their job, attend school, and they too can prosper and climb the economic ladder. Again, giving back taxpayer money to taxpayers is not charity. It's a reinvestment in our residents so they can continue to pay taxes and climb the economic ladder. It's the same exact rationale we use when we give companies incentives to bring jobs here, when we waive their impact fees, when we recruit them to come and open in Fresno. And on top of all that, the biggest plus for the rest of us in the city who don't ride the bus is that it gives us cleaner air to breathe. And those who have kids with asthma, those who have pre-existing conditions, know firsthand that anything we can do to clean up our air and improve our environment is in the best interest of our kids and our elderly. Like the pandemic has fully reinforced that those most vulnerable have the least access to services in our city. So I would just ask my colleagues, let's not make this about this false narrative of charity. This is taxpayer money that we're giving back to individuals, and we do this on a daily basis. We give it back to companies, we give it back to neighborhoods, we give it to employees in the form of salary raises, better health benefits, better pension systems. Let's not simply try and frame this as folks are receiving charity or this is somehow a social system. Clovis has done it. Multiple cities have done it. And we need to stop being a big city and acting like a small town. It's time for us to scale up our ability and to look to the future of this city. And again, if you're the one that has $50 at the end of the month, paying $2.50 on a daily basis to get to your job, get to your school and drop off your kids at daycare does matter. It's not simply, dollars and cents as some people would portray it. And like the other council member said, all the other issues that were raised by the bus drivers, we can take those on. We take those on every day, separate and apart from this conversation. But I do want to make a very clear statement that just because people are not paying a fare at the bus stop doesn't mean they are not paying towards that public benefit of a public transit system. Every time our residents pay their taxes and they buy items in our city, they're helping fund our bus drivers and they're helping fund our public transit system. And I would just caution anybody from trying to write the narrative that poor people are criminals and that by not paying a cost at the bus stop is going to somehow make that single mom with 3 kids or that college student trying to go to college to their job somehow a larger danger than they were before they paid the fee at the bus stop. So with that, council, I'm happy to support this item. Like any other item that is this significant, we'll work out the details. The administration will help in that process and collaborate with the council colleagues in that process. And any concerns that the employees have can be addressed separate and apart from this conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you. I'm still looking into this and I'm still just weighing everything in, but I do have some clarifying questions. I think it's either going to be for finance or Assistant City Manager Barfield. Mr. Barfield, can you just go over for the public's benefit how much a fare is to ride the bus right now?
$1.25. And we don't charge for transfers, by the way.
That's what I wanted to ask. So there is no charge for transfers. Now, are there discounted rates, reduced fares for anyone?
Yeah, for seniors, the veterans, and the disabled, that rate is 65 cents, and you can buy a monthly pass for $24.
Yeah, and then children under 6 ride free, correct? Okay, yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear very well. Sorry about that. Okay. On a BRT bus, what's the current, I mean, potentially without COVID, how many people can ride the bus at one time? What's the occupancy limit?
So most of our Gillick buses, our newer buses, have a capacity of 37 people.
Okay.
And standing room, you can add another 30.
Okay.
You can complete bus.
But right now, because of the pandemic, it's 10.
It's just 10.
Just 10. Okay.
And the driver, of course.
And the driver. Okay. You don't want to forget about the drivers, of course. Now, about the last budget, I mean, you were involved in that process. Did the council make a policy that reduced the fax unit budget for the PD unit that's contracted from fax?
Well, we reduced it. So we had 18 officers at one point, and we reduced it down to 12.
12.
We needed some of those bodies back into patrol.
And I think that problem's gotten worse since then. I have a big problem with street racing in my district, and we don't have enough of that. So I feel you on that. Now,
and as a result, back in November, when they were about to do their annual matrix sign up, we had to release R12, and now we contract daily officers.
That was my other question. So yes, you just have to use contract policing now. It's gotten that bad. Okay. Are they there 7 days a week, or are there certain days that they're not covered?
So we contract for 7 full days. However, we have difficulties on Thursday. We call it on Wednesdays. We call it Fat Wednesdays.
Wow.
Seems to be the days that a lot of PD related activities are going on, trainings, etc.
Sure.
They beef up their staff on that day. So it makes it more difficult for us.
Yeah.
To have full
if I was, I understand. If I was a bus driver, I'd be really concerned about Wednesdays too. Okay. A couple other questions. When is the Herndon Crosstown going to come online?
Well, I'm proud to announce that we have figured out a way to make that happen. So March 1st.
That's great. For me, it's a very big deal because basically it's bus access all the way to El Paseo. And I've had residents that live on Polk and they can't get paratransit because paratransit is tied to fixed bus routes. Is that correct, Director?
Correct.
Yeah, so that for me is a very, very big deal
so
for my disabled.
Much bigger radius.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. There were some numbers given out like $75 a month or different numbers. I just want to clarify, how much is a monthly pass?
So a monthly pass is $48. And for our bulk purchasers, we only charge them $1.10 per ride.
Okay.
$48.
Oh, that's great. So they're capped too. So if I'm a resident and I want to ride the bus regularly, I can pay $48 a month and I can ride unlimited?
Yes.
And is it a decreased rate if I'm one of those groups like a senior or a veteran or disabled?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
No, no problem.
No,
if
no.
I'm a senior or a veteran or disabled, is that monthly pass still that same price?
It's $24.
$24. Okay, that's good to know. Okay. Great. Yeah, those are some of my questions. I'm looking forward to hearing more comments from my colleagues, but I do appreciate that information.
No problem, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Korbasi. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Yeah, I have a couple questions for Assistant City Manager Barfield as well. But first, on the resolution, it says at the bottom of page 4, whereas a switch to zero fare may increase our county's overall GDP, generate local sales tax revenue through encouraged local shopping, and create dozens of local jobs. I looked for data for this. We did Google searches to see if zero fare increases GDP or sales tax revenue and creates dozens of jobs. I can't find anything that says having a zero fare will do any of that. So, I mean, if you can prove that, I'd like to see it because that would be very interesting to me. I mean, I guess it's a theory, but there's no data to support that. This is a false assertion in the resolution. On page 2, you say that suspending fares will increase the protection of the riders and the drivers. I think we've had testimony from drivers when this was suspended on the BRT that in fact there were more problems for the bus drivers. I mean, part of the problem is that we have a history already of having done this, and what it demonstrated was more problems. The bus drivers who are doing the driving of all the buses that we're initiating this new policy have said when this was done, it became unsafe, that there were homeless coming on, and people who are riding the bus routinely, paying the $1.25 or the 60 cents, stopped riding the bus because they were frightened. We had a discussion about the homeless earlier today, and we said that homeless are divided into categories. There are homeless who have fallen on hard times, but there are many homeless who are suffering from mental illness, some who are criminals, and some who have drug addictions. And when you give a free fare, there's no fare, the homeless will get on the bus and they will ride around all day. And some of them are already under the influence of drugs. We know from our police department that the homeless all carry weapons. So what is that environment going to be like for the buses when it's zero fare and the homeless know that they can get warmth by riding on a bus all day long? And what is that impact going to be in terms of safety for bus drivers, as well as for people who ride the bus routinely and pay their fare to get on the bus to either get to work, visit a relative, or whatever it is they need? Well, we don't have to ask that question or speculate because it's been done and it failed, and it was a miserable failure. And so that's what we're asking to be done again, even though we have the history knowing full well that it will fail. And Mr. Barfield, you were, I think, director or involved with the transportation department when that was accomplished last time with a zero fare. Is that accurate, what the bus drivers are saying, that it was more dangerous for them, that the bus riders routinely stopped riding the bus as much because of what took place? So you historically have that history.
You are right, council member. Today is BRT's anniversary. So today marks our third birthday. And as we begin our fourth year, those first 2 years were very bad because we had rear door boarding and an honor system that people didn't honor. And I think one of the speakers mentioned not paying his fare through the off-board fare collection. But that's safety, cleanliness were all issues during that time.
Okay. Now, if we go to this zero bus fare, and let me ask this question before we go there. In the resolution, it says that the administration will suspend bus fares commencing March 1st due to the pandemic and utilize any emergency funding between now and when the current state of emergency due to COVID pandemic is lifted by the mayor and confirmed by the council when Fresno County returns to the yellow tier for a period of 90 days. So is that 1 month? Is that 6 months? Is that 8 months? Is that 9 months?
Well, so I only have the authority to do 6 months of fare suspension, and up within that 6 month period, we would have to do what we call a fare equity study. That analysis is done by a third party on our behalf that would show that this would not be a negative to any protected group. So it's a what we call a Title VI fare equity analysis.
So we don't know though. This can go as much as 6 months.
Yes, I can suspend fares up to 6 months.
What happens after the 6 month period?
And then after the and then as long as we do our fare equity study within that 6 months, it will tell us whether we are discriminating or any person of color, race, all of those protected classes under the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It's actually Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act.
Okay, I'm a little confused. What you would be doing that analysis while there is zero fare? Is that what you're saying?
We could do that, yes. And that's one of the suggestions I understand that the council members talked to the administration about last night. And so we will huddle up after this and figure out what it takes to get that done. We haven't done one of those in 7, 8 years, maybe.
So what's the purpose of doing that?
Well, anytime we make a change, whether it's a route change or a fare change, for fares, after 6 months, you must do one of these.
Okay.
Or if I was to suspend routes under COVID, then I have 12 months. Now, we didn't suspend any routes. We kept full service out because we didn't know who needed that last ride from River Park. We kept all of our bus drivers employed. We bought all of our own PPE, all of our own hand sanitizing. We did all of the touchless work that you see at City Hall. We did the exact same thing in our yard. And we used our CARES money. So the council put in the budget 18 million in last year's budget, and then the rest of the 14 million was in this year's budget. That money's gone. So I don't have any special CARES dollars. It's gone.
So after this 6 months, though, can this be extended beyond?
No, I would have to do the equity study.
Okay, so once you do the equity study, then it can be.
It can. As long as it comes back saying we're not discriminating against any protected person under Title VII.
And I'm sure it would come back that nobody's discriminating. But during this period of time, normally we collect almost $6 million in fares. Is that correct?
Yes, but at 10 people at a time, up to budget mid-year, we'd only collected 1.6 million.
Because you restricted the number of passengers.
Right.
Okay, but all of that money will be gone, obviously, while there's no collection of fares.
Right.
And there will be no matching of 5-to-1 from federal dollars because we're not collecting any fares.
So right now, because of COVID, the suspension of matching on operating is now gone. Okay. Now on capital projects, it still exists. So if I buy a bus, I still have to come up with the 20% local match.
But we're losing the local match from not collecting any fares if we go to the zero fare.
We lose part of that local match, yes, sir.
Okay. So while there is this zero fare, are the maintenance costs for the bus going to be free?
No, actually, I expect increased maintenance costs because of cleaning and additional sanitation that we'll have to do.
Okay, so the costs are going to go up as a result of this, and they're not free, right?
No,
okay.
Temporary laborers are not free.
Laborers are not free.
Our overnight crew and our day folks who are out in the field.
Will the insurance to run the buses and bus driver insurance, will that be free?
No, we still have to pay our regular bills.
What about the salaries of the bus drivers? Are they donating their salaries? Will that be free?
No, sir. No. The resolution says we can't touch the bus driver salaries, and we won't.
What about their retirement benefits?
Bargaining issue. That's a bargaining issue.
Will the retirement benefits be free?
No, we'll still pay into that.
What about replacing the tires? Will that be free?
No, we actually, what we do is we have a tire lease, and that will continue to occur.
Will we be able to expand bus service not collecting any fees?
Well, we're going to expand the 3 routes that we had already programmed.
That were already programmed in, but not as a result of not collecting any.
The next 3 routes that we were going to explore, we will hold off.
Okay. And this is one of the lowest fares in the state?
I don't know about the state. Well, let's see. Compared to San Francisco Muni, which is $3, I think Long Beach and us are $1.25. So okay. we're on the low end.
And it was said earlier when this was introduced that there's been tens of thousands of jobs lost due to the pandemic. I would argue with that. I don't think it was due to the pandemic. I think it was due to people in this building and in the state locking down businesses, throwing people out of work. Their response to the pandemic that lost tens of thousands of jobs, if not hundreds of thousands of jobs. So I know it's easy to blame the pandemic, but it's really the reaction and the response to the pandemic. They said that this will give people the zero fare will, I think it was said, climbing the economic ladder from having free bus fares. I think you climb the economic ladder not from getting free bus fare, but being given the opportunity to find employment and to work and to have a job. That's how you climb the economic ladder. It isn't by government making things free. And I'm glad that the council members are now worried about $1.25 bus fare because of that cost, because many have supported the new Measure P tax, which will be a bus fare every time they go buy something. So at times we worry about a bus fare, but ignore raising taxes. You know, if this is such a great idea that we have a zero bus fare, I mean, I'm prepared to sponsor next week and looking for sponsors to get rid of our utility fees, our business fees, our rental inspection fees, our motel fees. If we're getting rid of bus fares, why don't we just get rid of utility fees? The fact is that nothing is free. It's a false thing to tell people that it's free. There's always a cost to something, always, always. Nothing is free in terms of buses and bus drivers and maintenance and insurance. Those fees don't go away. And this is an enterprise zone. The fees are generated. The ability to pay the bills is generated from these costs. And this really, in my humble opinion, is a reckless, irresponsible measure that doesn't simply panders to a few, but hurts many. It will hurt the people who ride that bus every day, who put $1.25 in to go and use that service, whether it to go to work or to visit a relative or whatever it is that they do. Making things free sounds good, but there's nothing that is free. There's always a cost, and usually it's the middle class that pays the bill. So I'm not going to support this, and I'm going to listen to the bus drivers, the very people we all profess to care about, our city employees. And our city employees have told you very clearly in emails, as well as today in public discussion, that this has not worked in the past. This has caused them problems, that they fear for their safety. And they have every right to fear for their safety because it has been a problem. You have heard the former director of transportation, now Assistant City Manager Barfield, say the very same thing, and yet you're ignoring it. And it will be on this council when a bus rider gets injured or hurt, when a bus driver gets injured or hurt, because there are people, as historically has been, homeless who come on, perhaps act threatening, perhaps assault somebody, because they, as they have said, use the term, they have no skin in the game. They don't put any money in, and they can just ride around the bus in the system all day long. And that's what occurred before. This isn't being made up. This is what happened. So I'm not going to support this, and I hope that that doesn't happen. I fear that it may. This is really a very reckless, irresponsible act. I would hope that the mayor will veto this, because I fear that if there isn't a veto, there will be more reckless measures coming forward, and I will not support this at all.
Councilmember Butterfield, just one point. I misspoke about the senior fare, or maybe that was Mr. Kravasi. The senior fare is actually 60 cents. My bus drivers are all chiming in on me.
I'll go back and fix my notes for that 60 cents. Thank you.
$24.
And that's for veterans and disabled and seniors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Maxwell, and then Councilmember Arias, and then I'll close it up.
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate the comments that I've heard from my colleagues on the dais today, and I really appreciate everyone that called in and gave a perspective one way or another. And I want to let you know that we hear you, and that the safety of our riders and drivers will always be the number one priority. It seems like there's a lot of issues that are in existence right now, pre-zero fare, that need to be addressed, and I'm fully on board with that. I want to address a wild misconception that somehow a poor person or a person experiencing homelessness is somehow more dangerous than you or me on this call.
You know, my own father experienced homeless. He was on and off, and he relied on public transportation as his main means of transportation. My dad was not a dangerous person, and it's people like my dad out there that don't have that disposable income that would benefit tremendously from an opportunity like this. We have a lot of folks who are already experiencing homelessness riding our bus. You know, it was brought up that over 30% of our bus passes are probably already subsidized by one agency or another. And those folks utilizing those bus passes are not more dangerous than the other people riding the bus. I'm proud to say that this has a clause that we will not allow continuous riding on our buses, because this is not a solution to our housing problem, which needs to be addressed. It is a solution to our equity when it comes to public transportation. And we're going to continue to deal with bus nuisances the same way that we always have. We've looked at cities that have gone zero fare, and I've personally spoken to the directors of most of the major cities that have, and they have not seen that increase in crime or assaults or graffiti on their buses. And so to Councilmember Bredefield's point, I think a good way to think about this is it's kind of like the money back guarantee, but instead of that money going to wealthy developers, we're just going to give it back to working class families here in the city of Fresno. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Council President, one quick point before Councilmember Maxwell steps away. I looked at your number 8, and I think for us, if you stopped at the round trip, because the drivers are not going to time a person from the time they get on, but at the end of the line, we all have breaks. So if you took out from the or on, our staff can do a lot better job with enforcing it. Thank you.
Would you reiterate that for me? At which point, Director Barfield?
So at number 8.
Yep.
At the last line, when you get to one full round trip, delete the rest of the sentence.
I would be okay with that. I put that in there because I thought it might give you a little bit more discretion to address this. But if it's your theory that it would be better without it, I'm willing to have that friendly amendment made.
This is how we enforce today. It's at the end of the line. The driver, is taking his or her break, and we have passengers exit the bus.
Sure. If you'd like to strike that, I'd be open to that.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Barfield. Councilmember Arias, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Bredefield, and I'll close it up.
Thank you. I just want to address a couple of the points that Councilmember Bredefield made. I appreciate the fact that we did comparables with Long Beach and with San Francisco, but just so that we're clear, the incomes in Long Beach are extremely much higher than Fresno, and San Francisco is double of what the incomes in Fresno are. And on the measure P, as you know, the voters approved measure P. It wasn't the council saying we're going to impose this tax. It was the voters who said they want to reinvest in their neighborhoods. And then on the issue of safety, to Councilmember Maxwell's point, none of this is going to remove the requirements of how you behave and the consequences for not behaving when you're on the bus. Those will still be in place. The officers to police and enforce will still be in place. And on the local match, I want to be clear with everyone. We all are aware of the need for local match to pull down federal dollars. Although right now we have a temporary relief on the operational side. Our local match has always been Measure C. And Measure C is going to continue to be around, especially if the renewal gets done in a few years. And we've always expected that. We've always planned for that. And then just on the last point that I do take personal issue to, that was suggested, that if any bus driver gets hurt, it's going to be on us. Let's not go down that path, council, because none of us have ever suggested that the council member is responsible for any of the deaths related to COVID based on his positions on the COVID policies. We just lost a police officer, the second one in our city, because of COVID, and none of us have ever suggested that any local, state, or federal leader is responsible for the tragedies of COVID based on their positions on policies. So let's keep this about the policy, about the math that we know we have to attend to. This council has been very good fiduciary stewards and have made sure that nobody got laid off during the pandemic, that every bus driver kept their job, that every police officer kept their job and firefighter, that they got overtime, that they were taken care of, that we kept services at the same level, and while still maintaining the record emergency reserve, and while still making sure that we put $100 million of direct relief into the city. So at no time have we been a tax and spend council. We've been as fiscally conservative as any council in everything that we do. And I just want to be very thoughtful about that, because as we continue down this path, we all know that we're responsible for making everything work and for making sure that our employees are kept safe. That's why we've mandated that employees wear masks. That's why we mandated that people that come into these buildings wear masks. That's why we made testing free for the employees, for the residents, and that's why we've taken care of them when they're ill. So let's keep this above board and not engage in any false narratives that are personal in nature.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yeah, I agree with that. Let me just clarify a couple of things. It was brought up about money back guarantee. It's not an apples to apples. Money back guarantee is where people got back money they gave to the city, and they got it back because of poor performance by the city. It wasn't any freebie. Nobody gave anything away for free. The second thing is no one is criticizing the poor. That's the false narrative. I love how it's put out there, but it has nothing to do with criticizing the poor. I grew up poor. I know what it means to be poor, and has nothing to do with criticizing the poor. However, it is saying that there are people historically homeless who have gone on buses and caused problems. Our police have said many of these homeless are mentally ill, drug dependent, and they carry weapons. And to put our heads in the sand and act like that is not going to be an issue is foolish, because it is going to be an issue. And we know that because the people who've experienced there are bus drivers, the Monicas, the Rick Steitzes, those people, they matter as well. And they have told you what to expect, what's coming with this policy. It's a flawed policy. It's a reckless policy, and it's fiscally unwise policy. And as far as being good fiscal stewards, I would question that when we're facing a $31 million shortfall, which is the result of the policies that came right out of this building. So I disagree with being wise in terms of some of the policies. Having said that, I think everybody's had their point of view, and time to move on.
Councilmember Carbasi? For the third time?
Second time. Hey, I've been pretty good today. I have a couple of clarifying questions, and I think unless I get some new information, I think I'm ready to just move forward. This is for the administration. I got the most recent language this morning about 45 minutes before the meeting. I'm just wondering, is there a spreadsheet to go along with this to identify how much it's going to cost, or what the future sources of funding are? Because I see a lot of statements in here, but I'm, devil's in the details. Do we have any of that for us before we make a decision?
Luis, can I respond?
Yes, please,
Yeah.
City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member Carbasi. Sorry, Council President Chavez. So I just want to clarify, and it's a response to your question, Councilman. Nothing's been decided today. The only thing we're deciding today is that on March 1st, we're going to go to suspend the fares, and we're going to parallel with that. We're going to go ahead and do this fair and equity analysis. And then May 1st, we're going to come back to the subcommittee after working with the council to say, hey, zero fare going forward could look like this in a 1-year program and a 5-year program. At the end of the day, the council will decide. But the things as we go through that, we just need to understand, can we do it in a way to maintain bus cleanliness and sanitation? Can we still provide reliable and timely service? Can we protect passengers and drivers? And can we maintain compliance with our match requirements with the state and the feds so that we retain those dollars? I mean, that's what we got to come back to you with. And I like that the council has kind of circulated around, it's going to be Measure P. We're going to look for grants, federal, state, whatever grants might be out there. And we're going to work with the community, the community agencies that are here to see if they can help us support and contribute to this program. So we've got a lot of work to do. So I hear all the comments. I think they're all great comments, but nothing's been decided today other than on March 1st, we're going to go to zero fare. And then becomes the hard work. How do we bring back to you a program that does the things that we've heard from the community out there and basically not crash the system? So to your point, Councilman Carbasi, there's no spreadsheet now. but that's the
Right.
process we're in now. We're going to
Yeah,
go.
no, I appreciate your honesty, Tommy. You're always so easy to work with, and I mean that. It's just, if nothing's happening, I'm just confused why we're voting, and I'm being a little facetious with that. Here's the thing: for me right now, my biggest concern from everything that's going on today is our bus drivers, our union, has zero voice right now, and that scares the heck out of me. And I'm going to be that voice for them if no one else is going to do it, because they've raised concerns and they felt like all the directors in the city were consulted. But the people that ride the bus every day, people like Monica, who's now their president, who was a single mom, is a woman of color and gave her story. She was a person who rides that bus, and they care about the people on the bus. And if they don't have a voice, why are we even here? They deserve, our public employees always deserve a seat at the bargaining table. They're good to us and we should be good to them. But be that as it may, Assistant City Manager Barfield.
I'm still the director, so I'll take that too.
Okay, director / assistant city manager. What are the 3 routes that are going to potentially be postponed?
So it would have been your 3. It would have been the 45 that would straighten out Ashland and go out to Central East, and it would have been the 20, would have gone up through Fig Garden Loop to back to El Paseo, and then terminated at the Veterans. But we will move forward with those.
Okay, right. Okay, and then does anyone have data on Kansas City, what their poverty rate is, or what their unemployment rate is, or what their rate of violence is? Because I want to compare apples to apples. Does anyone have that by any chance? I believe the poverty rate is half what it is here, but I'm not sure.
So I only have figures on transit because that's what I do.
Okay, good. I love it.
As there are 7, as he mentioned, they are a multi-county jurisdiction, and the bus is only free in Kansas City, not in the other jurisdictions. Their rate was $1.50, but their total operating costs are $99 million.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Now they have a different funding mechanism, though. Don't they have like a special district that gives them money specifically for transit?
So yeah, well they have, similar to our Fresno County Transit Association. So they have a sales tax measure, and then they also have a special tax because they created a 2.2 mile loop, train loop around the downtown. And that is free. And so one of the things that was occurring back in Kansas City is, wait a minute, you made that free, but you didn't make the bus free. So you allow the downtown residents free access, but you allow us folks who are moving back and forth from suburbia into town, right. You make us pay.
Right. Okay. Again, both you gentlemen, I do appreciate your insight and transparency. That means a lot. I've listened attentively and heard what everyone has said, those who are for it, those who are against it. I've also read all the comments and the letters. Thank you all on both sides for sending these in. We actually do read these and they do help us to ask questions and make better informed decisions. But I've paid a special attention during this meeting to our transit workers. They are our neighbors, they're our constituents, they're my constituents. And like I mentioned before, they ride the bus every day. They are heavily invested and they're the face of transit in Fresno. Now, because of the way this bill is written, I admit I'm going to look like a meanie when I vote against it. But I want us to think of the actual consequences of this seemingly great idea. Right now, a fare on a bus is $1.25. It's reduced to 60 cents if you are a senior, disabled, or a veteran. And of course, we know what the monthly rates are. And if you're a child under 6, you ride for free. Now with COVID, and this is the real kicker for me, only 10 people at a time can ride the bus. This is a bus that normally carries 30, 37 people. Now, when you add it up, at all those fares at $1.25, the max on a bus right now for all 10 people is $12.50 a fare. That's the average cost of just one Uber ride. Now, I'm not trivializing the cost. But who are those 10 people riding the bus now? They're Fresnans. They're Fresnans for whom that $1.25 fare is their one accessible, affordable mode of transportation. That's how they get to work. It's how they earn a living. For our seniors, it's their only affordable way to get to their doctor's appointments. Keeping that $1.25 fare protects their sole opportunity to access affordable transportation safely. Now, when removing the fare, you may encourage others with zero fare to ride the bus, and that seems great, but not during a pandemic. We want to keep those 10 spots open for those who really need it. That's why I can't vote yes today, because I feel compelled to protect the residents who have already depended on the bus as their only accessible mode of transportation. And I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. I've been patiently waiting the back and forth on my colleagues because I wanted to be respectful on the conversation. Let me just make sure that we're dealing with facts and no pun intended, Greg, facts. Because there's a lot of theoretical assumptions and interpretations. And I just want to make sure the public understands that the city of Fresno right now currently subsidizes this transit system. I hope we all know and recognize that. And I know my colleagues get tired of me saying this, but I've been in the building a decade now. Been part of a lot of conversations about transportation from before we had BRT to public transportation is dying. Our ridership isn't what it needs to be. We went out and secured a federal grant during previous administrations. We had a number of community meetings. Greg, you recall those at Sunnyside High, a number of other locations that I had a chance to pop in and listen to the conversation. And that profile that we're referencing there, I think is the perception that we have. But I can tell you from going to those meetings and seeing those people and actually riding the bus myself to interact with those individuals just to gauge and get a little bit more informed decisions before, my predecessor was in office. People want to feel safe on the bus. They want cleanliness, absolutely. And I think we have an opportunity here to really look at the big picture of what our transportation system is. And I want to thank my colleague, Tyler Maxwell. I think, for him to have his first initiative, he could have been selfish and asked for something that deals just with District 4. But the fact that his desire to help disadvantaged folks and the residents that he referenced, I think is commendable. For him to want to help our folks. We all share that. Whether you agree with this or not, I think that is the goal. And what I see here is the beginning of that conversation. I also want to thank our bus drivers. I've had a great relationship with them. I really term them for, especially during this pandemic, they're really the essential drivers that our essential workers depended on to get them to work, to get them to doctor's appointments, to get them to the grocery store, and get them to their various different appointments, right? And so I want them to know that I support them. We support you. The city supports you. And you will have a voice. You will have a seat at the table in looking at what this 1 year and 5 year plan will look like going forward. From the conversations I had, and I want to thank all the 400 plus people that sent emails and comments for zero fare. I don't think I encountered anybody that does not support zero fare in this sense, where everybody wants to help. They do have concerns and questions, which I think are legitimate. One being is, how do we pay for it, right? That's always the conversation starter. Two, what are the unintended consequences that the system will experience by this action? And I think, we've kind of flushed out some of them during this conversation, but there's still a little bit of work that needs to happen. And then the long-term sustainability of the overall system regarding expansion and improvement of services that my colleague, very strategically singled out. So if you read the initiative, and I love the way that our city manager kind of summed it up, where, look, we're suspending the fares during the pandemic, which, by the way, we received millions of dollars from the federal authorities to help with the system during the pandemic. We're also including a 1 year and a 5 year plan that will first and foremost go through the transportation committee and then ultimately come to council. And I know the administration is going to be working on compiling the data. What does that look like, short-term, long-term, the fiscal impacts, and everything that entails. The MOUs that I saw in there, and I want to address a very specific line in there that I know set off alarm bells, particularly having been in the building when we had a conversation about privatization. I can tell our bus drivers that the term public-private partnership does not refer to, privatization of the bus service. It has to do with partnerships. That's been very widely reported in the media with regards to those agreements that Fresno Unified, Fresno County, private entities have shown interest. So what I see here is an opportunity to get to that point. I know that my colleagues know that there's a little bit of work that needs to happen. Nobody expects this to be easy, but the fact that the intent here is to actually help people, I think we should not lose sight of that, regardless of what our own ideological or perceptions of what this could and can't be. I can tell you that from talking to riders and bus drivers, there are incidents on there. But when we use the term homeless, I think a better word to use is people that have mental health disabilities or conditions or challenges. Those are the ones really that have been causing problems. And guess what? They're not all necessarily homeless. There are some folks that have mental health issues that have caused incidents along the BRT in my district specifically. So I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the intent here. And the intent here is to help people, right? We know that all those small businesses, all of our essential workers that unfortunately don't have transportation do rely on our bus system to get to work, to get to that grocery store where they're pulling double shifts right now. That's very important to keep in mind, at least for me. And so this is not a very difficult decision. I love the intent because I think that's what motivates, the sponsors of the initiative to help people. Because at the end of the day, it's about helping people. Is it going to be perfect? No, nothing that we ever do is perfect. It always comes with challenges. But if we work together, we can figure those out. And I know that my colleagues share this. There's no way that this council, that this city is going to allow for our bus riders or our bus drivers to be put in an unsafe situation and really work against the transportation system that we've made critical and key investments in for the past 5 years, from even before the preliminary conversations about BRT. So I'm going to support this. I'm going to be keeping an eye out on what the numbers look like and what this 1 year and 5 year plan look like. And I think it'll be a good conversation to have. And, I always keep thinking this just because I used to consider myself a young person, but no longer the case, especially with my new colleagues. I think you have a little bit of millennial-ish happening here with this conversation. But again, the intent is to help people. It's not ideologically driven. It's to really try to address the challenge that we have in our city. And I think we should be commending young people for bringing these conversations to the forefront. And so I guess with that, I just about aged myself. I'm 41 now. So I'm no longer a senior millennial anymore. I think I'm Gen X, as the vice president corrected me the other day. But with that, I will be supporting this. Mayor, I know you wanted to say a few words. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. And I'm going to reiterate a few things that have already been said today by the city manager, yourself, and maybe even some of the council members. The purpose of the public comments that we have on council is for us to be able to listen to the various views that we have in our city. We have a very diverse community with a lot of different opinions. And I can tell you that I've spent a lot of time with folks over the last year listening to people from different walks of life, and they've helped shape my opinions, my priorities, and the vision for this city. And so that was part of the process today. And so I want the folks to know that I listen to every single one of those comments. What's very clear to me, regardless of what happens now or in the future with zero fare or not zero fare, is that we got to take care of our bus drivers. And I want to publicly take the time right now to praise them for what they've done through the pandemic and long before that. They are the ones that are on the buses, putting up with a lot of stuff. They were exposed to COVID. And at a time early on, they didn't even have masks. They were working in a closed environment on a bus with circulating air that exposed them to the spread of COVID. They constantly are having to deal with people who are disrespectful and speak back to them. And on occasion, they get assaulted on the buses. And so I have a high regard and a deep respect for our bus drivers in the city of Fresno. And although they don't get categorized like police and fire sometimes as being heroes, they are heroes. They get our people from point A to point B so they can see their doctor, so they can go to school, so they can go to work, and they can be able to provide for their family. So I have a deep respect for our bus drivers. But I don't believe we're in a position where it has to be either or. If it's zero fare, our bus drivers are unsafe. I think we can do both. I really do. And that is going to be a commitment that I make going forward, regardless of what happens here today. I'm going to work with our city manager. We're going to restore our fax officers. We need to get our fax officers back in place. I recognize right now we have a shortage of police officers in the city, which causes this to be very difficult to dedicate the fax officers. But the reality is, I think we need to. If bus drivers are truly a priority in terms of safety, then we need to have our dedicated fax officers in place and make sure that they're the ones responding to these calls. Because what I've heard from bus drivers is whenever there's a need, we have to call dispatch and may not even get into dispatch. And then there's a delay for us on our buses. And that's even with our fax enterprise account paying for those police officers through contract law enforcement. So we've got to do a better job, and that's a commitment, and we will make sure that happens very, very soon. So there's really two concerns: financial. How are we going to make up that whatever dollar amount? I believe it's going to be around $5 million or so a year. How are we going to do that with bulk payers in our community? I know I can tell you I've already had a conversation with the superintendent of Fresno Unified. There's a commitment there to increase their contribution. There is a commitment on the part of Central Unified to increase their contribution. Now, what I don't know is how much. And so we're going to have to really come to an agreement with a lot of these people. And I love the folks that wrote letters and emails supporting this and endorsing this. But what I'm going to really like more are people that are writing letters of commitment that say they're in this for the long haul, funding this over the next 5 or 6 years. And I already talked about the safety of bus drivers, but I really do see an opportunity for us to improve the safety in terms of our policies. Our bus drivers should not be having to interact with passengers when there's some type of a feud in the back. That really is something that our police department should be handling. So we're going to have some conversations about that as well. So let me just reiterate something that the city manager said. Today is a vote not for long-term zero fare, but a vote for a temporary suspension of fees for riders. Since the pandemic hit, we've been providing food relief for people because they're out of work. We've been providing utility relief for people because they can't pay their utilities. We've been providing rent relief because they can't make their rent. And so the vote today is really about, are we going to be providing bus fare relief for a period of time so that we, not only can we get folks through the pandemic, but that we can do some research. And so we're committed. The administration is committed, working with the council, with the bus drivers. We want everybody at the table. I want to take into consideration everything from the council as we do our due diligence, the research. We want to identify potential funding opportunities, whether that's federal, state, or private. We want to solidify those commitments from them. Again, we want to make sure we have some long-term safety measures in place. And I'm going to talk with the city manager, but he and I have been talking about the real long-term solution for us is having a regional transit authority here in Fresno County that we can work towards, and we're going to make that part of the discussion. So for me, it's as long as we can, there's no service reductions. We don't reduce any future expansion in terms of our services. There's no general fund impact. That's going to be important to us, I believe, now and in the future. And I know that's potentially a discussion. It does not dip into our enterprise account because that's limited as well. And again, that we have no impact on bus driver safety. So we'll be coming back May 1st with options for a 1-year financing plan and then a 5-year financing plan. And again, my preference is how do we fund this in the long term if we go forward? And so I can tell you right now, there's 5 council members that support this, and I'm going to be supporting this as well. I know there's going to be a call for me to veto this, and I apologize openly to our bus drivers. Please don't take this as me not supporting you. I love you. You do an incredible work, and we're going to make sure that you guys are safe. And if there are any impacts that we see during this zero fare emergency suspension, we want to address those immediately, and we'll make sure that we have a system in place to do that. So, Tyler, thank you for your passion. Thank you for your dedication, your commitment. You've done your due diligence, I believe, in so many areas. Maybe you haven't crossed every T and dotted every I, but I do know you've worked very, very hard to bring this forward. And I want to thank the council colleagues as well, those who support it, those who don't support it. That's why we get elected. We can offer our different opinions, right? So with that,
Mayor, we also need a Measure C renewal that invests more in public transportation. Don't forget that one.
Yeah. And we have time to do that because the money is spoken for between now and 2020 through 26. But after that, I think we should have some very serious discussions. And quite honestly, this may even increase the level of support for certain individuals in our community to get behind that measure.
Thank you, Mayor. So with that, we have a motion by Councilmember Maxwell, a second by Councilwoman Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes, for the working class families of our city.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
No for the bus drivers and the bus riders.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Just a simple no, for crying out loud.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes, for bus riders and bus drivers.
Always a moderate, always a moderate. At least Gary makes me laugh once in a while.
5-2. So with that, council, we will now go into closed session. City Attorney, can you announce closed session for the public?
Yes, we have the closed session is a conference with labor negotiators concerning all bargaining units and Unit 2. There would not be an announcement afterwards.
All right, we'll see you in there.
All right.